Light, Gas, and Water Committee meeting to order. Ms. Smith, may we have the roll call, please?
Yes, ma'am. Councilman Spinoza?
Here.
Chairwoman Swearengin Washington?
Present.
Councilman Dr. Warren?
Present.
Chair Walker?
Present. So we have one item on the agenda today. Item number 1 is a discussion of the MLGW fiscal consent agenda, all council districts requested by MLGW. President McGowan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Doug McGowan, President and CEO, Memphis Light, Gas, and Water, 220 South Main Street. Today, we're requesting approval of $22 million approximately of spend, bringing our total fiscal year spend to $140 million after today's meeting. We have a number of items on the agenda, about 15. The first is for drilled pier foundation installation in the amount of $1,205,000 with Chris Hill Construction Company. Large drilled pier foundations are put in for very heavy electric equipment in our substations. We have a contract. We do not have specific work assigned, but this is a contract for as-needed work when we build our construction, when we do construction of our substations. And this is an on-call contract with an option to extend this contract for up to 4 years. The next is Nutanix support and maintenance in the amount of $313,000. This is a 5-year contract. This is a software update for our system control and data acquisition system, which is what controls all of our electric switches out in the field. That's SCADA. Many of you have been to that center. This allows us to implement the advanced distribution management system that we have been talking about so that we can monitor our distributed energy resources like batteries and those kinds of things in the field. So this is a software update, part of our planned modernization of the electric grid. Oops, I went the wrong way. Next is funding in the amount of $1,980,000 for a 3-year contract with GDS Associates as a NERC consultant. And NERC is the North American Electric Reliability Corporation. They are the standard bearers. They are the accountability partner for all electric utilities in the nation who have any kind of transmission service to make sure that they protect the bulk electric system. We are very highly regulated, and these are our regulators. So GDS makes sure that we stay in compliance with all of the regulations that the National Electric Reliability Corporation puts forth. Next is Hitachi Energy Software Maintenance in the amount of $1,113,000. Again, this is a 2-year contract. This is for our outage management system. Our outage management system puts forth to our folks in the dispatch center a programmatic way that we can tackle any outages that happen. They prioritize the outages based on severity. They present them with all of the information that's necessary for us to put resources together and dispatch people to the field to take corrective action. This is part of our day-to-day operations, and this contract will keep us effective over the next 3 years. Next is a resolution approving prepayment for street cut permits to the city of Memphis in the amount of $2,500,000. This is for us to pay. This is a shrinking fund where we issue street cut permits. Not sure what happened to my display. We issue street cut permits, a request to the city of Memphis, and for each street cut, we pay a $750 fee. Oh boy, not sure why my IT is a little out of sync here. So next one. Okay. So this is a decreasing fund, and the city engineer keeps track of this for us. Every time I ask for a street cut permit, he decrements $750 from our account. We do about 5,000 of these a year. As you know, we do about 1,500 to 2,000 street cuts for lead service lines. We do about 1,500 street cuts to replace steel taps in our gas system, and then for any other leaks that we have. And this is the fee that we pay to the city engineer for processing those street cuts. Next is a contract for $1,330,000 over 3 years with Lehman Roberts. This is for us to purchase bulk asphalt from Lehman Roberts. Our team has an asphalt crew that goes out and patches and repairs those areas that we have cut. And this is just the purchase of bulk asphalt from Lehman Roberts. Next is network maintenance in the amount of $729,000 for 1 year. Now, this is for the maintenance of our corporate network upon which all of our systems ride. And Lachelle Vaughn is here, our Vice President of Information Technology, and she can tell you any specific details. But the bottom line is all of the switches, routers, and firewalls that we have that are critical to making sure that our software systems work correctly are covered by this network maintenance program to ensure that there's a seamless operation of that, and if there are any failures, that we can get them very quickly repaired. Next is Veritas Network Backup Renewal in the amount of $227,000 with Thomas Consultants. It is exactly what you think. It is data backup. All of the data that we have, we back it up on these very large servers so that we can always access it. This is for our customer information system and our GIS system that has all of our accounts and all of our platforms in there, all of our hardware that we have in the system accounted for. Next is ARC FM viewer replacement in the amount of $20,000. This is adding money to a contract. That's why it's at the $20,000 level. And this is so that we can move away from paper in the field and add additional component. The Tough Book that you see there is what our crews have in the field. That's so they can access the GIS system and they can look at the maps of the infrastructure in the area that they're operating, so they know what they should expect to find when they get there and what's either overhead or underground. Next is power plan renewal, maintenance, and upgrade in the amount of $2.8 million. This is a 5-year contract. This is used by our finance department to ensure that we have a really good accounting of our ledger of assets, that we any new investments that we make into our system, anything that's rolled off and depreciated in our system, we want to make sure that we're capitalizing those appropriately for our finances. And also it helps us with our something we were just talking about with our pilot payments as well, to make sure that it's accurately baselined and what the value of our assets are at Memphis Light, Gas, and Water. Next is a purchase of 15 four-wheel drive trucks with service bodies. We have about 200 of these in our fleet. We had planned to purchase 15 this year, and that completes this purchase for these vehicles that we use on a daily basis. Next is four-wheel drive backhoes. We're purchasing 13 backhoes with this $1.7 million purchase. We have 108 of these in service, and they will be auctioned off. The ones that are out of service will be auctioned off. Next is essentially an increase in contract value for system furniture. This is for cubicles and chairs for folks that work in our engineering department and all across the organization. We had our board go out to several of our locations and said, boy, it's time for an upgrade for some of the furniture that your employees have, because much of it is long in the tooth, been around since the 60s and 70s, and so we're adding some new cubicles and furniture. This is just an increase in some of the value so that we can buy some of that. We're not, outfitting luxury offices here. This is just basic furniture for our. That's right. Yes, ma'am. Next is billing services assistance in the amount of $5.7 million for 2 years. This is a temporary increase in billing staff. As you know, we've gone through and we've reduced the number of delayed and held bills, and we've got that problem under control. We are replacing all of the meter components and parts. Now, this is staff that's going to come in and make sure that all of our folks are trained, that they add additional capacity so that we can reduce some of the estimations that we have in our system and make sure that our systems are functioning properly going forward. So we've been working at this for a while. This contract makes sure that we continue to stay the course and that we will be in a good position going forward with new operating models to make sure we never slide back into that position we were in before. The next is division copy fleet in the amount of $117,000. This is a lease for walk-up floor model copiers. These copiers scan and copy as well, and so this is just a lease for the purchase, or lease for those copiers that we use across the division. Subject to your questions, that concludes my comments on the consent agenda.
Thank you for that. At this time, I would like to recognize Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Councilwoman White, and Councilwoman Green, along with Councilman Smiley, have joined us this morning. Good morning. Before we go to the members for any questions, I wanted to bring this forth because they may have some questions
Sure.
on this. So at the last MLGW board meeting, Chief Sink, she shared that that you all have been out of town for the 7 states, and then the additional funding as it related to the lead line replacement. And I know that Madam Chair had requested that update on the lead line replacement, and you had shared within that the money that was being appropriated is the grant, a grant, that's the correct word. And then only 50% of that would actually be a grant. And then the other 50%, we would have to pay back. And I know that's part of why you were in Washington asking for additional funding. So could you comment on both of those,
Sure.
please?
Well, I had the opportunity to be in Washington, D.C. last week for 2 purposes. Number one, to advocate for the things that we need here in Memphis and Shelby County, and then second, to talk about the Tennessee Valley at large. And so the first thing we did is exactly what you said. We advocated with our delegation for additional funding for things like lead service lines. There was a federal program that put $15 billion forward for lead service line replacement. It's estimated that across the nation that bill will be closer to $90 billion. And so there's really a $75 billion gap. So the first thing we asked for is, hey, lead is a non-political issue. Everybody agrees that we need to get that out. So to the extent that the federal government can put additional funding into that, we wanted them to be able to do that. And the second thing was to get support. We have through the American Rescue, through the ARPA, American Rescue Plan Act, we had $5 million, which is what we got started with. That was a straight grant to us to do lead service lines. That $15 billion that was put forth, the federal government suggested that should be used through state revolving loan funds as the means to distribute the dollars. So what that means is that the state has approximately $160 million in Tennessee, and that we would make a request to the state to borrow that money at a very low or no interest rate, and that they would forgive 50% of that loan, but then 50% would have to be paid back. So the question is, that means for us to pay the loan back, we have to use ratepayer dollars to pay it back. And so while that's very attractive financing, the question that we've talked about in this body is we were replacing lead service lines on private property owners' property with that money. And so that's a deliberate thing we want to talk about is, do we want to use everybody's ratepayer dollars to pay for private side replacements? And I just want us to do that knowingly. But if we make that decision, that's what we will do. But I want us to know that that's a decision that we have to make before we borrow that money, that we're going to be using ratepayer dollars writ large to pay back a very low interest loan to replace lead service lines on the customer side. Now, I have asked that we be given, that they rethink that. And since the federal government has given that money out as a grant to the states, that it just be passed through to us as a grant and that we be able to use it. I did not get a definitive answer on that, but that was the request that we made.
Thank you for that. Thank you for sharing and breaking that down for us. And so if the board votes affirmative on this, then it will come to us for a vote.
Absolutely. We will not move to do this until such time as we get everybody's approval. And we're not ready for that yet because we're still in the first year of expending that American Rescue Plan Act money. So we have some time to think about how we want to do this. And we're going to continue working on it so we have a good answer. But we'll bring it back to the board and to you all. If there is no other path, then that's probably what we will suggest. But we will come back to you to determine what best path forward is on this.
Okay, thank you for your due diligence regarding this, and thank you for sharing. So now, colleagues, do we have any questions? Okay, first I'll recognize Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Back to item Newton-X, support and maintenance. What
Yes.
percentage of the modernization have we completed at this point, and when's our completion date? Or is this just an
Grid
ongoing
modernization? No, this is a part of the generational grid modernization. which you'll recall requires us to put a lot of hardware into the system. These automated switches that we have, we're approximately 50% complete with that.
So generational means you just do it once every 40 years or 30 years?
Yes, this is a generational change.
Okay.
So when you move to an automated distribution or an advanced distribution management system, you don't do this every 5 or 10 years. You do this once every 40 years.
Okay, so we're 50% through.
Yes, so 50% through with installing the hardware. Our go live date or our initial operational capability is 1 January of 2029. So just 2.5 years from now, we will be going live with what I will say, we'll be able to say Memphis Light, Gas, and Water has an advanced distribution management system that includes distribution automation switches that automatically senses and detects when there is an outage and reroutes power around the outage, tells our crews automatically where the outage is so that they can go directly there to where the tree has fallen instead of having to walk the lines to figure out where it happened. So that is the generational change, and that will, all of the improvements we've seen in electric minutes interrupted because of tree trimming and preventative maintenance, this should improve that by an additional 50%.
So that will be good. I think people will like to see that.
It prevents outages and speeds restoration dramatically. That's what this is all about.
Okay, on your four-wheel drive trucks,
Yes, sir.
we can't get people in Memphis to sell those to us?
We typically do this on the state contract, and yes, there are Memphis dealers that will do it, but it's who has the state contract, and we purchase it off of that contract.
Because we get a better deal.
Get a better deal, yes.
Okay. So those are my two questions, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Councilwoman White.
Thank you.
Oh,
Good morning.
Yes, sorry.
First question was about the asphalt.
Yes.
Would that be the same asphalt that if the city decides to invest in getting an asphalt plant, would it be the same thing that you all will be getting from Lehman Roberts?
Well, yes. So asphalt's asphalt. The city asphalt plant typically keeps up with what their needs are, and the city's asphalt plant, again, I'm just calling on my recollection. I'm sure the public works director could tell you they don't have enough asphalt just to sell it to us because they have a lot of asphalt that they use to pave the city's streets. So
Right.
this is for us to do the patches there. But yes, it's the same kind of asphalt that matches up with what we use on the streets.
Okay. Well, I was asking because I think that one of the future budget items that they brought was a newer
Another
plant
asphalt
with
plant.
more capacity. So I was just wondering if
Absolutely. If
it
it
was all
had more
created equal.
if it had more capacity, then we would certainly be happy to buy it from the city rather than buying it from a private contractor, for sure.
Okay, good. And then the other question I had was on the billing services
Yes.
assistance.
Mhm.
And I see it's for 2 years, so from the date of notice to proceed. What is, like, I guess, what is it? Like, what do you all envision? It's gonna be like, I see they're saying assist with, is it gonna be new staff?
I'll have Timothy come up and talk about this. Timothy Davis, our VP of Customer Service. But you'll recall when we first had the billing issues several years ago, we had hired some additional call takers to help us get through the massive volume. That contract has gone by the wayside, and we hired a bunch of folks locally here. So this is a similar bridge to the new model of customer service. Timothy, you want to talk about anything in specific?
Timothy Davis, Chief Customer Officer, MOGW 220 South Main. As we modernize our grid system, we also need to modernize the systems, processes, procedures, and work streams that serve our customers. And in this issue, as President McGowan said, similar to how we handled our call center issues, we are bringing in professionals to transition us from a legacy meter-to-cash billing system to one that's more associated with advanced metering infrastructure and technologies. What they will be doing is reformatting all of our training, our job descriptions, our total approach. Think of it as transitioning from Blockbuster to Netflix. That's the level of change that has to go on to be able to take advantage of what advanced metering structure does. So in addition to reviewing all of our processes, our work streams, our job descriptions, they will also be providing training to all of the staff. And I'll get to that piece in a minute because I'm really excited about that. And they will be providing staff to process those bills to minimize estimations to what I hope will be an industry leading level. We've already made considerable improvements here and reduced those things by 50% since my arrival. But in this case, they will also be training in a new initiative that we have planned, similar to how we hired high school students for the call center. And by the way, our average speed of answer from the call center when I arrived here was 48 minutes and 48 seconds. As of last month, it was 19 seconds. And that's with the addition with Councilman Cooper Sutton to help us hire some recent high school graduates. Well, we're moving an initiative now in partnership with several junior colleges and our HR department to hire recent graduates that have finance and accounting degrees into our billing department. And this contractor that we'll be hiring will be aiding with that training. So we'll not only be solving billing problems, but we'll be employing Memphians.
Thank you so much. I just want to say, you all, this is a great way to start the morning with such information, telling us what to look forward to a year or two ahead, being able to answer questions like that. I feel like I'm excited about the day. I feel good. Thank you, MLG&W. Thank you all for showing up prepared with the information that we need and anticipate our questions. I really do appreciate it. And great job, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Great job.
Great job. Let the record show that Councilwoman Easter Thomas has joined us, and Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you have the floor.
Thank you. Well, some of the questions I had was about the asphalt, and I totally concur with you because I've been to Public Works and I've been out to the asphalt plant, and there's 3 different type of asphalts that they have out there at the plant that they showed me the difference and the levels of asphalt and which asphalt is used in the streets and the purpose of it and how it is manufactured. But what I wanted to see, I know inflation is very, very high right now. And I know this request for this $1,330,000 for duration of 36 months. My question is, what part of Shelby County, and do we spill over into Mississippi in any kind of way?
We do not spill into Mississippi at all. We serve all of Shelby County. For any of our street cuts that we do, we're responsible for fixing those. So obviously, if it's an electric street cut, we serve the entire county. If it's gas, we serve the entire county. For water, we serve most of the county with the exception of the municipalities that have their own water service, which is Millington and Collierville and Bartlett and Germantown. So if there's a water issue there, we don't cut the streets and pave there, but we do if we have it for gas. We're responsible for that.
All right. There's another question because I just need to know the difference and the usage of what's used. You and I have talked, and you've been very responsive, and I thank you and your team. But when those big metal
plates, yes.
Those metal plates, what is the difference? Because there was an example that I have. There was a fire at a home, and it was something you all had to do, but you had to come pave it. But on one thing, you paved it, and then the metal plate was one. Could you tell me the difference in when you pave and when the metal plate is being determined to be used?
Yes. So the metal plate is a temporary measure, typically when work is underway and not yet completed, and we have an excavation, we'll put the metal plate in place so that they can come back, remove the plate, continue the work. The next step is what you'll see is the metal plate is removed, but it's filled with compacted aggregate, which is gravel. And people are like, hey, they just put gravel in there. Okay, so we put that in and fill it up, and then we compact it as much as we can. Then we let it settle, and then we compact it some more. And then we'll come back finally and put the final pavement or the final asphalt pavement on there. And that's where we have the increased paving standard, where we're doing a little more than just the excavation. If we have a 5x5, we're actually doing about a 10x10 or a full lane width repair. So we understand the frustration that people have. Hey, there's gravel in it, or there's a plate. If there's a plate, that means the work isn't done yet, and we're going to come back. If there's gravel there, that means we've completed the work and we're getting ready to pave. But we have to let that earth settle just a little bit, because otherwise you'll have a terrible future asphalt repair. And then we will repave it, and you'll see a lot of full lane width repayment. I know in the chairwoman's area, we just did a whole bunch of lead service line replacements. So we had a whole bunch of gravel cuts. And what we shared with her was As soon as they finish that street, they're going to come back and repave that entire lane because that's a much better repair than having 10 or 15 cuts. The other thing I will tell you is that we are doing some catching up. For a few years there, we didn't have an asphalt contractor that could keep up the paving, and so we got behind. And so we have an entire team dedicated to catching up and fixing all these things. And we're doing a pretty good job. We have a scorecard. We're not where we want to be, but our responsiveness from the time that we have the cut till it's repaired, we're tracking that time in those days and bringing it down because at the end of the day, we want to finish the work, fill it up, and repave it as quickly as we possibly can.
Well, you answered one of my questions. I was going to ask because, I've called you several times about the metal plate and then, and you've answered the question that I can now relay and to some of the constituents that have a concern, so they're left there and they're never tended to. But you've answered that question. Now you have a dedicated team that can respond a little bit quicker than the response time has been. And so you have, I'm sure, a list of where you need to go back because it's quite a few of those little items that are there.
Yes.
Okay. And you answered the question. I just wanted to know, was there a team in place that is now keeping up whatever backlog that you have? Because it's quite a bit of those happening around the city. And thank you for acting with an urgency whenever I call, so I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
And the people are grinning every time you finish one up because they don't like that gravel, like you said. And so I wanted to thank you publicly for attending to that with a sense of urgency. I yield, Chair.
And ma'am, if you could also just share with everybody, if they see a barricade or they see a plate and they worry about it, you can just go to mlgw.com/barricades and you can report, hey, I see a barrel, I see a crossbuck, I see a cone with MLGW, and just please report that to us and we'll make sure we get out there and collect it or sometimes they get knocked over and we'll get out there and reset everything. So that's a means that people can use to report it to us.
And one more thing, if you can give the website or for lease lighting for businesses, we talked about that.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you could just tell on the record how they can go to lease a light for their businesses.
Yes. Do we recall what the site is for that?
If you don't, can you
I'll
just
get it
send it
back
to
to you.
me?
Yeah, we'll get it back
And then
to
I'll
you,
get
but-
it to the persons and the businesses
Sure.
that are interested in leasing the light.
Absolutely.
Thank
It's
you.
a-
Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Let the record show that Councilwoman Logan has joined us, and she is also next in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
And good morning. Thank you for your presentation and for the updated information. Where would a constituent, a resident, find the status of the project with the metal plate? Is there someone they could look or call to find
So you
out?
mean on the barricades side of the
Or
house?
if there's a metal plate that's been there, as you were discussing?
They would just report that on the barricade site and we'll
On
get
the
back to
same
them.
barricade
Yes,
site?
ma'am.
Okay,
So it's for anything that's in the street, a barricade, a cone, a barrel, a crossbuck, and then we'll take care of that.
MLGW.com/barrel.
Slash
Barricade.
Barricade, is that right? Yes.
Okay,
Slash
thank you.
barricade. And we'll send it to everybody so you can put it out to your constituents. Yep. You bet.
Okay, thank you. Those were some great questions. And I have a final question. So on page 8 with the Hitachi Energy software maintenance,
Yes.
and you said that it was based on severity. In this instance is, because I had another question, I just want to put it forth correctly. In this situation, is severity the same as priority, or that's the...
No, ma'am. We have people that work in what we call our CARES Center, which is the outage management center. We have 4 technicians that sit back there. And the system, the software here takes any outages on any circuit and it says, here's how many customers are impacted. Here's the type of outage, whether it's a transformer, whether it's a fuse, and it aggregates all of that and presents it in a fashion for our technicians to say, we think this is the most severe and extensive outage. And so they can see the one that's affecting the most customers at the top of the list. And when I say that, that may not be the priority. There may be two down because there's two hospitals on the one that's two further down, and they have to make that determination. But what this does is, from a system perspective, says here's the one that's affecting the most customers and puts it at the top of the list, and here's the one that's only affecting one or two customers. Now they can filter that, but what this does is it presents it in a very coherent manner so our technicians can sift through. If we have a very large storm and a lot of customers out, they're like, how do I even begin to make sense of the chaos? And this system helps them visualize what's happening in the system so that they can dispatch people in the most effective way.
Okay, thank you for that. And that mostly took care of my question, but I remember that particular area and those technicians when I took the tour. So, because I remember hospitals, but as it relates to this software, do the technicians help program it? And so the software will identify the severity based on what we think that is?
It's just based on impact in the system, but they will prioritize. They know the key ones, and they actually help program this to say, where are our key customers that need priority? Hospitals, water pumping stations, those kinds of things, to make sure that anything that is a key node that needs to be prioritized, that they will make sure they take action on that. So,
okay, thank you for that. So, seeing there are no other questions or items before this committee, this will go downstairs with a, go ahead.
I just wanted, before you adjourn, Madam, I just want to mention, on Wednesday, I think you all will have gotten an invitation. We're going to cut the ribbon on the first Tennessee Fast Charge Network. So 4 chargers over there at the Union Station, the Turley property over there by the Rockando in the Medical District. We have another one going in Collierville, but Wednesday we're going to cut the ribbon on those first 4 chargers, which are part of the Charge Across America network. So if anybody's available, we'll make sure to resend the invitation if you'd like to come and see these fast charge, which charge up an EV in 15 to 20 minutes. So we'll make sure you get over there and can celebrate with us.
Thank you for
Spinoza. Councilwoman Swearengin-Washington.
Present.
Councilman Dr. Warren. Councilwoman Logan. Chair White.
Present. Thank you all so much. I was just complimenting MLG&W, and I am so excited to follow this up. I guess are you all here on the personnel and governmental affairs, the ordinance? Oh, okay. Well, I wasn't sure, but I was like, it's really good to see more. I feel like we're on a good road this morning with good, competent, great leadership. This is wonderful. So first on our agenda is an ordinance to amend the City of Memphis personnel policy to expand paid family leave benefits for full-time employees, all council districts, requested by Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas and Councilwoman Green. Can I get a motion and a second? Got a motion from Chairwoman Swearengin-Washington, a second from Councilman Spinoza. Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas, Councilwoman Green, who wants to?
Thank you, Chair. Well, first I want to, hopefully in the correct way to do this, is to substitute an item on the agenda. So I'd like to move to substitute an item without objection.
Can we do that without objection?
Yes.
And you're substituting what we just got for?
Yes, and I'll read.
Okay.
And do you read it?
Yeah. All right, just clarify for the record what it is that we're substituting.
Okay, so we are withdrawing the item you just read, an ordinance to amend, and we're substituting it with this resolution, and I would have you read it into the record to hear.
Got it. Okay. Oh, for me too?
Yeah, you read it
Okay.
to the record.
All right. So you're substituting what we have on the agenda, which is an ordinance to amend the City of Memphis personnel policy to expand paid family leave benefits for full-time employees, with a resolution requesting Mayor Paul Young to issue an executive order establishing paid parental leave for eligible City of Memphis employees. So can I get a motion on the new resolution?
Move it.
Second. Got a motion from Chairwoman Swearengin-Washington, a second from Councilman Spinoza. You all are ready?
Question.
Yes, Dr. Warren.
Could you, as our chair and a lawyer, explain to us why this needs to be a resolution instead of an ordinance?
I can. I'm not a lawyer, though.
We're getting there.
Or can we have an explanation of
yes.
that? Thank you.
Go ahead. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Warren. Jumping the gun, but it's all right. So we are substituting the ordinance that was previously put on the agenda for a resolution requesting Mayor Paul Young to issue an executive order establishing paid parental leave for eligible City of Memphis employees. So on the technical logistics side, we were advised by our city attorney, Chief Gibson, that the differences in when we do resolutions as a body, when we do ordinances as a body, that pertain to policies in particular. And so just a few examples, we've done policies that pertain to police. We've done policies that pertain to other employees for the City of Memphis. And so traditionally, those have been honored because of the collaboration between the administration and council. And we also know how resolutions are. They don't have to be binding, as we know, which is how our charter is set up. But because of how the administration traditionally, most times, depending on who's in the administration, works well with the council. And so we're able to get things done. And so it was advised, hold on, Dr. Warren, too fast, turn it off. So we were advised by the city attorney, Chief Gibson, that a resolution that aligns to an executive order from our mayor, which has already been talked to, briefed on this, would make it more efficient and more binding for the employees of the City of Memphis. And we want to make sure, Councilwoman Green and I, that we're doing what we need to do to ensure that it's real on paper and real in policy, and that it has a less likelihood of being argued once we're gone and Mayor Young is gone.
Thank you. I just, it's sort of a fine line to figure out where we should write an ordinance that says we want something to be officially a law, and where we're like stepping over the line and getting into management. And I think this is one of those areas where it's awful close to where, it's sort of like we want our employees to have health insurance. I don't know if we have an ordinance that says that, but in this type of situation, I think it's reasonable to listen to our lawyers. But I still think that at times, in tough situations, we may need to determine whether we need ordinances. I don't think we're going to need one here because it's obviously a good thing, and you can see everyone's smiling in the administration. So I feel pretty happy with this. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And Dr. Warren, just so you know, we didn't, you last time asked to be a co-sponsor on the ordinance. We didn't add you yet, as a co-sponsor on this because we were making this change. All right? Great.
Madam Chair, just one other thing. I've got a son who works in Germany. He's there. He just had a child. He and his wife have a year of paid parental leave. So here in the States, it's crazy, right? So you can imagine he's got a year off for this. So it's taken forever to get his PhD because he's had 2 kids. So there is a plus and a minus for this.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. You're recognized. Ladies, I was waiting for you all to come to the finalization of this resolution, and I would like to be a co-sponsor as well with this. But Dr. Warren, I'm gonna quit talking to him over here because he gets in the queue before me, then he takes all my questions. So I just want you to know he really think he's sharp, but guess what? We do this as a team. So he took my question.
Told me what to say.
Yeah, I did. He just took it, and I appreciate you answering it. And thank you. And what would be so rewarding and so that we would take all our attorneys' advice when things come up and we have a question and you all go through it. That would be really nice, council members. I yield. Thank you. Thank you. Are there any other members in the queue, or did you all have any last words that you wanted to?
No, I think this is a really incredible policy, and I think it's going to be something wonderful for our employees. And what I would say from this dais, just as the county government now has it, the state government has it, hopefully we'll get this through and the city government will have it. I hope that private organizations around our city take our example and do the same because it is so important for parents and for children.
Thank you. Seeing no other members in the queue, this will go down at our next council meeting with a favorable recommendation. Oh, I didn't. You're right. Look at me. Yeah, I'm tripping, y'all. My bad. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. Thank you. Now
MLG Committee to order. Summer, can you call the roll?
Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas. Councilman Spinoza. Councilman Ford. Chairwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Warren. Councilwoman Logan. Chair Green.
Present. We only have one item on the agenda today. That is a presentation from Arts Memphis, all council districts, requested by myself. And if you'll just state your name and your title and go ahead and begin. We are printing out the presentation for anybody who doesn't have it. Thank you.
Gotcha. Yes. Tracy Lortzen Wright. I'm the COO at Arts Memphis. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Rachel Knox, Hyde Family Foundation, 17 West Pontotoc.
Well, good morning. Thank you all for your time this morning. We'll go ahead to the next slide, please. Of course, as we all know, Memphis does not just have a cultural scene, we have an identity. We are globally known for our artistic legacy and have a cultural vitality that is genuinely unparalleled. That combination really is a competitive advantage for us. It attracts tourists here. It also draws new residents, and it is what keeps people here. So arts and culture, they're not just amenities, they are economic drivers. Tourists come to Memphis because it really truly means something. We have the National Civil Rights Museum, the very first museum dedicated to the history of the American Civil Rights Movement, the oldest and largest art museum in Tennessee, which is getting a transformational glow up right now, is the Memphis Art Museum with world-class architecture. Of course, speaking of glow, we have musicians from Memphis have been taking the raw materials of the Black Southern experience for more than a century and creating music that the world simply cannot ignore. Our culinary scene, it has everything for, something for everyone. It's soulful, it's smoky, it's sophisticated. When we're lucky, it's all three. Grit and grind, it's more like our badge of honor. So Memphis is resilient, authentic, and real, and people really can feel that when they get here. So for me, this is deeply personal. I came to Memphis 25 years ago, planning to be here for 2 while my husband went to grad school at the Memphis College of Art. But my whole career has unfolded here in the arts and culture sector, the last 10 years at Arts Memphis, before that at the National Civil Rights Museum, where I worked on the first legacy exhibits and then also the renovated Lorraine exhibits. But next slide, please. And, but of course, our cultural assets, they are not just locally beloved, they are nationally and internationally significant. In addition to the Civil Rights Museum and Memphis Art Museum, we have the only bilingual theater in the region, Casa Teatro. Collage Dance Collective is the largest Black-led dance organization in the entire South, one of the 50 largest ballet companies in the nation. Their numbers have grown since we put this slide together. They're training 1,000 students every week. Hattie Lou Theater, celebrating their 20th anniversary this year. Their partnership with Lemoyne Owen is a first of its kind academic and professional home for Black theater in the country. The Metal Museum, only institution of its kind in this country, one of few in the world dedicated to the art and craft of fine metal work. Their expanded facility opens Labor Day weekend in Overton Park. Opera Memphis, they are nationally recognized as the most innovative opera company, really rethinking what opera can be and who it belongs to. And then, of course, we have Stacks, world-class preservation, youth development, music training, and civic pride all together on one corner where something really world-changing was created. Next slide, please. Thank you. So Arts Memphis, our role in this, for more than 60 years, we've been the primary arts funder, connector, and advocate for the city, really funding the connective tissue of our cultural identity to keep it alive and growing, because we believe that the arts are a civic necessity. And our mission is simple: support the arts to strengthen our community. Our vision is a thriving and sustainable Memphis arts community where everyone has access to participate. Artists and organizations are flourishing, and our cultural identity drives pride and connection. While our mission is simple, our work is not. We are recognized and have a reputation as one of the most innovative and forward-thinking arts funding organizations in the country. And we fund both artists and organizations because that's how cultural ecosystems work. Every year we raise and reinvest about $3.5 million, built almost entirely on the loyalty of Memphis people and businesses. So last year, our revenue was 8% from public sources, the Tennessee Arts Commission, the other 92% from local corporations, foundations, and individual donors at every giving level, all rallied around a shared conviction that the arts are absolutely essential to the life of this city. Next slide, please. But we don't just fund the arts, we help people find them, so you don't have to have any insider knowledge. You can go to our website. Our calendar is visited by 30,000 unique visitors annually. You can filter by what you're looking for. So a mom can look for a summer camp or a free family-friendly event. A dance lover can find the this weekend's not to be missed performance, or a neighborhood resident can find something happening near them. Through our weekly emails and social media, we give community members the power to champion the arts, reinforcing the idea that the arts belong to everyone, and that our media partnerships embed arts awareness in media that's already being consumed by people, and that really helps small neighborhood-based organizations get the kind of exposure that they would not otherwise be able to afford. Next slide, thank you. So what you're seeing on the slide now is a list of our grantees last year, really representing Memphis's creative ecosystem in its entirety. Every name represents an investment in an artist's vision or an organization's mission or a neighborhood's cultural life. On this list, you'll see organizations of every discipline, organizations that aren't arts-based but are using the arts to achieve their mission, budgets from under $50,000 to over $20 million. Just the highlighted organizations last year provided 1.5 million arts experiences every day across every zip code. Couple of examples, Young Actors Guild, great article on them this morning in the Daily Memphian. They support students through high school and beyond. They have a 97% college graduation rate for their students. Another example, Every Story, they use theater to help young people build empathy and resilience and give them tools to build more peaceful communities. Individual artists facing emergencies receive funding to help them continue their artistic practice when their livelihood's been impacted. And then other artists are provided funding so that they can advance their work on their own terms. So this list represents performances, exhibitions, screenings, workshops, everything that has touched a real person, a Memphis resident, a student on a field trip, or a visitor who came to town just for that event. And that is what arts and culture does best. It connects people to place and to others. So thank you. I'm going to turn it to Rachel.
So Tracy talked about really the basics and the foundation of what our cultural sector does. But this year is different. Next slide, please. Memphis is really in a once-in-a-generation opportunity, not just our city, but frankly, our state. We have 5 cultural assets coming online this year. I'm sure you all may have been at the ribbon cuttings of at least the first 2 with Baron von Opperbein, which is the first of its kind in the South. And it was created by Memphians, which is incredibly unique. Also, the National Civil Rights Museum just opened its Legacy Experience building, and it's celebrating its 35th anniversary. We also have the Metal Museum, the Satellite Hall, and the Memphis Art Museum opening in December. We have 2 really important cultural conferences coming this year. In October, we have the Grantmakers in the Arts Conference. That conference will bring 500 grantmakers from across the country to be in Memphis, to see our arts and culture, to learn about our community. And of course, because it's Memphis, we're doing it completely differently than it's been done before. So people will actually have a chance to engage in our cultural assets rather than just hear about them sometime in a ballroom and never get a chance to experience it. We also have the U.S. Civil Rights Trail convening. And then we have 22 arts and culture organizations experiencing milestone anniversaries from 5 to 120. This is a combination of organizations that have that broad national and international reach, as well as the neighborhood level reach and regional. And so we really have an opportunity for Memphis to reintroduce itself to the world. I know that you all do so much hard work to ensure that you are taking care of the city. But I think lots of times our good work goes unrecognized because we have not been able to really take hold of our own narrative and talk about what Memphis is really good at, and that is culture that has changed the world and will continue to change the world. Next slide, please. Next slide. So I wanted to just talk to you about how the arts mean business, like how do the arts actually impact economic development. So this is from the Americans for Economic Prosperity Act that happened in conjunction with Arts Memphis and Americans for the Arts. These numbers came from 2022, so they are actually a little bit of an undercount because of the pandemic and it taking a while for our organizations to fully reopen. But even then, our organizations generated $38 million in tax revenue. And then alongside that, there is an additional $72 million related to events-related spending. There is broad synergy between something happening at the FedEx Forum or the Orpheum Theater and the restaurants downtown and their ability to be full and attract customers. So that events-related spending is all the halo effect of going to an event or an activity. And then that all generates about $193 million worth of economic activity. And then finally, these are individuals, these are jobs that are important in our community. These are people who are continuing to buy groceries and pay for childcare and all of that stuff. And this is one of my favorite facts that Arts Memphis shares, which is if you took the cultural sector as a publicly traded company, it would be the second largest employer in Shelby County, right behind FedEx. And so when we are talking about the impact, we cannot understate how important the arts are in also helping to generate economic activity. And so this was in 2022 that we're still using kind of current data, but if we go to the next slide, this is what it looks like in an average year. Our organizations, that list that Tracy showed you earlier, draws about 123,000 attendees outside of Shelby County. This is, people from obviously just the surrounding regions, but also people who are coming in as tourists for other activities and events. This looks like the ballet hosting the Nutcracker, where they'll bring people in. This is an opportunity to convert people into overnight guests. The sector itself contributes about 1,500 hotel nights per year. This is dancers, actors, performers, people who are doing lectures. And then our conferences the last few years have generated over 300 room nights. We will cap the Grantmakers in the Arts Conference at about 525 people. But last year, the Opera America Conference brought in 300 people from across the country. It was the first time they'd been in the South. It was one of the smallest markets that's ever hosted the conference. Because they wanted to showcase how much our opera company has actually changed how opera companies across the world are operating. And the year before that, the International Association of Blacks in Dance brought about 800 dancers from across the country. Next slide. So this is a very low projection if we only looked at the 3 museum projects that were coming online, and their projected attendance is just a little shy of 1 million visitors. We know that cultural tourists spend 63% more than an average tourist, and they stay almost 2 to 3 times as long. This is revenue that is coming into our city, into our state. And that kind of revenue is also helping to generate positive outcomes for the rest of our city. And so we really do have an opportunity to really use the cultural sector as a driver of economic impact in Memphis, not just a narrative driver. Next slide. We're already seeing that this is creating a bunch of media for the city of Memphis. I'm sure all of you saw that Memphis was listed in the New York Times 52 places to go in 2026. They specifically talked about the Memphis Art Museum, the National Civil Rights Museum, and Hattie Lou Theater's 20th anniversary. And that just scratches the surface. And so we have a chance to really showcase what Memphis has done, what our impact continues to be, and cast a future for the rest of the country. Next slide. So just in closing, before I answer any questions, if you all have any, I just wanted to say that Memphis doesn't just participate in the culture, we create it. We have changed the way that the world has listened to sound. We continue to innovate, whether it is in visual arts or opera or the performing arts. There is no city like Memphis. And so I just want to say to this body, thank you so much for your ongoing and continued support for the cultural sector. I know many of you provide grants to a lot of our organizations through your own funding mechanisms. You all have done so much to support the Memphis Art Museum, and we just thank you so much for your support alongside the administration in supporting the Office of the Creative and Cultural Economy, because really they are the third leg of our stool that we needed to really generate the type of public support and support our individual artists that we have been missing. So thank you all so much, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you both, and thank you for all the work that you do. As I often say, when I travel around the state, I talk too about how unique Memphis is and how we export culture, but also that we need more dreamers. We need more painters, poets, the people who make our lives special. So everybody's been focused on STEM, code for so long, and we need some more visionaries. So thank you for what you do, and thank you, of course. I do love that list. I love to see the list there, and I encourage my fellow council members to look at that list when it becomes time for our council grants. I do want to recognize that Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Councilwoman White, and Councilwoman Walker have joined us, and then I have Councilwoman Logan in the queue.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for your presentation. And I really appreciate your presentation this morning, because it actually answers some questions and concerns that I had about this shift or move to, kind of aggregating all things culture and arts, and really where is it going, and, some other questions. And I will get with you for some side questions. But I am wanting to see more of the emphasis gospel music has played in the city of Memphis. I don't see that. I really don't see that anywhere. And we really have a rich history and pioneer in the gospel music industry. So I would like to see that included. And as well as there are a lot of cultural giants, artists that have come from Memphis. This is their hometown, and I don't know if we really utilize that or capitalize off of that. So just Isaac Hayes, Aretha Franklin, Al Green, Tina Turner, all of them that live, and there are tons of others. So I wondered, do you have a plan to recognize them in some way in a museum or something? I know there are bits and pieces throughout the city, but there's nothing that's just major, whether it be their first home, or something like that. But I think that would open up revenue as well with the tours and people coming here. It's untapped. And then visual arts. Excuse me, I know there are a number of visual artists that are international, that some people here don't know them, like the twins. And others that I think is very important for us to support them. So us including them, including that aspect, and especially the ones that are international, I think is important for us to do that. So I'd love to see that included as well. But I'm glad this is coming together, and you are quantifying it and, showing how it is business as well. So I appreciate that. And hopefully we can integrate all of this with helping to eliminate and eradicate blight, make a connection there somehow with the visual or metal or whatever we do, because that will help drive this message that this is important as well. So thank you for that. I yield back, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Walker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for coming today. To Chairwoman's point about how important the creativity is to the city and sharing it with others as well, I also want to make the point of, although I support AI, but simultaneously I think that this is one of the costs for using AI. It's my language, my words, I think it suppresses creativity. And so this is making sure that we remember the creative. One of the ways we can remember the creative and performing arts. And to Councilwoman Logan's point, a lot of the national music tours, current and previous, the music directors are from Memphis. I go see a lot of shows, and a lot of they're pointing out this person on the drums or the keys or whatever, musical director, and right here in Memphis. And one I want to mention is Jonathan Richmond, and I'll close with this. So Jonathan Richmond, he came from a gospel background that he never walked away from, but he was a musical director for many tours, and I say was because unfortunately he passed last year, and I did present a resolution at his funeral, and there were comments also from Boney James Band. He had been the tour director for Boney James, who will be here next month at the Cannon Center. Angie Stone, she spoke, and unfortunately she's no longer with us. And also Eric Benet, he had been his musical director. So I just wanted to make that point, and I think that this is wonderful, and I yield the floor.
Councilman Warren, Dr. Warren, you're recognized.
This is an amazing presentation. You're completely correct. We've got some other things coming online that you didn't mention. I think there's a Southside Museum that's coming online. The Rock and Soul Museum, I think, is still in flux. I'm wondering how we develop Memphis as a tourist destination for civil rights, with everything we've got here, and then for music. So you would come, instead of just coming for a day or two, you could come in with all the museums we have here. This could be a week-long vacation. We develop a package. And I'm hoping that you guys are working on that somehow to where we package this to where we make it easy for people to show up in a hotel and have bought a package where they can actually spend 3 or 4 days here, 5 days a week to do this. So keep thinking about that if you could.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you. And I just want to add thank you for this presentation. I do concur with all my colleagues, but we have to think about the history and where all this started from and the culture and where it began. And so we need to make sure that they're never forgotten and included. I still listen to Etta James, which is one of my biggest. I love Etta James. When I think about Howlin' Wolf, and Robert Johnson, who's in the Hall of Fame. So I know this younger generation may not be all, but Memphis is the foundation. And we've had so much legendary people who have come here. B.B. King, we already know about that. But when you think about art and culture, you got to understand where it originated from and where it came from. And so when we don't add that in part of our history, then we do not do a good service of letting our young people who we are trying to get involved and for them to understand and to embrace all this beauty and all of this culture and all of this dancing, because we originated it and it came from us. And they need to understand the history of it. We see that they're trying to erase everything, but here in Memphis, we will not be part of the erasing. We will be a part of making sure they understand it. And I agree, we need a package. I agree with Dr. Warren, so people can understand it. And I would love to, even with, Director Harris, he has over 3,000 students right now, kids that's in the employ program. Would love for you all to navigate that. Talent is all over the place. But if there's no opportunity in a door and they don't know about it with the students that he engaged with and that we engage with, then that doesn't give them an opportunity. So I would love for you to connect with that. And I will make sure that happens, because if the opportunity isn't presented, how will they know what the beautiful job that you're doing and what you're offering and what's happening in their city. So we got to start somewhere. And with 3,000 students, I think that's a great start for them to know about the great work that you all are doing here in our city. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, ladies, for bringing this presentation. It makes me think about, well, especially looking at the list of you all's grantee partners from 2025, and of course, this isn't all the groups in the city, but thinking about all the folks in Memphis who do culture work, music work, dance work, art work. I wish that, well, no, we haven't heard from him yet. It made me think about the new office that we funded, cultural economy. Is that what it's called?
Yes.
Oh, okay, got it right. And how that really is coming to fruition, right? Because we know what Arts Memphis does, and we know some of the things that are on this list. But I think that, I'm guessing that's the reason for you all founding that office and us approving it and funding it, is how does this translate into tangibility for Memphians, right? Tourists is okay, right? We're not shying away from any money for the city, but people come to places that take care of themselves, right? And they do culture for themselves. And so even this quote of we create culture, we don't participate in it, right? Memphis is more than just blues, way more than blues, way more than blues. And so just thinking, I guess this is just a thought. I would love at some point to see the new cultural economy director, and that's not what you're here for, but still, the economy director just come and just give us some type of, I don't know, like what is he envisioning? What are some things that, some new ideas, how we can support and see how it's more ingrained into not training people and then they leave and they go to Nashville and New York and Florida and West Coast. How are we really ingraining it in the Memphis economic culture to include this type of thought frame and mindset so that everybody can see a thriving opportunity here, not just for healthcare and logistics. So those are just my thoughts. I guess I don't have a question or anything that makes sense, but that's what was going in my head during the whole presentation. Like, okay, how can we make more money how can these folks make more money in ways that all Memphians understand why pieces of art and culture are important? Like it's just second nature, right? In our neighborhoods and in our organizations and in our schools. And it's not like a distant concept that gets connected for one free field trip out of the year, but like, how is this really something that children can look at for growing up in occupations and adults and communities can look at as something that we have to do. So all of that to say, I'd love to see the cultural economy director at some point in our lives before the end of the fiscal year, just to hear a vision and where we stand in at the council of where to support it and how to move it forward in the city. But thank you to Arts Memphis for leading the way on this.
Well, maybe I'll fight you over having them come to my economic development committee or your public service and arts committee. We can figure that out.
Or you could visit their offices in the heart of District 5.
Could we?
Like.
Could we?
Thank you both for coming, by the way, and for leading us in the space.
All right. Seeing no other questions in the queue, we will close this committee. Thank you.
Good morning. I would like to call to order Public Services, Arts, and Youth Initiatives Committee on May 26th council meeting at 11:43 a.m. Mrs. Edgar Bernat, please call the roll.
Councilman Spinoza. Here. Councilwoman Walker. Present. Chairwoman Swearingen-Washington.
Present.
Councilman Warren. Present. Councilwoman Logan. Present. Chair Dr. Easter Thomas.
Present. Colleagues, we just have one item on the agenda today. Is an update from the Aging Commission of the Mid-South, all council districts, requested by Councilwomen Walker and Logan. Both of you all can speak, or either one, and then we'll give the floor to our guest today.
Thank you for coming, and I continue to believe that this annual update is important. I feel that it's a meaningful part of the amazing work that you do, and I know that these updates are of value to the members as well. So thank you for coming.
I concur, and I also think it's important for colleagues and the public to know the state of affairs with our Asian population in Memphis. And so you all do a great job of staying connected and keeping us informed. And so the updates and things that are happening on the federal level, I think is important for us to know as well. So thank you again. I concur with my colleague. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Councilwoman, and you have the floor. Please give your name and address and proceed with your presentation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you all for having me over to the committee meeting today. My name is Kim Daugherty. I'm the Executive Director of the Aging Commission in the Mid-South, and I work over at 160 North Main, across the street. I don't see my presentation up here, and I'm not sure how to move my slides, but thank you. I appreciate it. Many of you all know, and I just take this opportunity when I come over annually just to remind you all that the Aging Commission in Mid-South was established by ordinance of the city of Memphis and the county governments of Fayette, Lauderdale, Shelby, and Tipton counties. The commission receives its primary funding through the Older Americans Act of 1965. And then we receive some contributions from the city of Memphis and the counties of Fayette, Tipton, and Lauderdale. Shelby County provides substantial in-kind support. And our mission is just to provide information and assistance to connect seniors and adults and those living with disabilities and their caregivers to make sure that they have the ability to maximize their independency and be safe in their chosen community. Provide you a little information every year just so you all get an opportunity by zip code in the city of Memphis to see the number of people who were given support, and then some information about the services that we're providing to citizens of the city of Memphis. Adult daycare, congregate meals, home delivered meals, personal emergency response systems, senior centers, respite support groups for family members who are caring for those living with Alzheimer's and dementia, transportation, information and assistance, personal care and homemaker services, provide a large amount of services to people through the state health insurance program to help them navigate Medicare. We also provide SNAP assistance for the individuals to help them with the applications. And then Choices is the state of Tennessee's Medicaid program, long-term care program, and we are the gateway to access those services in the counties of Shelby, Tipton, Fayette, and Lauderdale counties. Just a few numbers of interest when we come to see you all. People generally ask me for these numbers. We currently have 3,207 Memphians waiting on a home delivered meal. A little over 2,000 Memphians waited on home and community-based services. That's typically personal assistance and homemaker in their home. And then a little over 500 caregivers who are caring for someone living with Alzheimer's and dementia requesting services. Give you the data regarding Shelby County versus the city of Memphis, just so you all know the predominant amount of the 60 and older population live inside the city limits of Memphis. There information there to you about the numbers of people over the age of 65 who are identified as a minority, then individuals over 65 speaking more than one language of their home, and then some idea for you on the federal poverty level, just so you'll know that. Before we move off this slide, I would just mention to you that now in Shelby County, we have about 21% of the population is over the age of 60, and then a little over 21%, almost 22% of the population of Memphis is over 60 as well. When I come to see y'all, I like to talk about our challenges and our opportunities. We generally highlight the challenge of hunger to you all, senior food insecurity. We recognize that nearly 16% of the seniors within the city of Memphis are living with food insecurity. Memphis continues to be recognized as the third hungriest city in America for a senior to live in. In 10 years, there will be more people over the age of 65 in the city of Memphis than under the age of 18. Important for us all to know. Housing continues to be a large area of concern. Nationally, we know that only 36% of income-eligible older adults receive federal housing subsidies that they might be eligible for. And I just throw this out that this might be an area for housing and community development to explore and to think about how we could get more housing assistance in federal housing assistance to seniors who we know would be income eligible. Additionally, I like to talk about this, and I think it's important for us all to remember that there's an enormous unmet need of affordable rental housing for older adults. Many households are headed by someone 65 or older, and the cost burden on those households is tremendous. Many of them pay more than a third of their income for housing. Half of them pay more than 50% of their housing. We know that nearly 3/4 of the renters who are older are living on more than $15,000 a year. And so often we find older people who compensate for their household expenses by cutting back on food and medical care. And so it's of a particular concern, and we like to make sure people know that. As you all know, most of the older people who may be renting are on fixed incomes, and so having the cost of housing rate rising for them is particularly impactful. Transportation, we continue to have enormous issues with transportation for people who are aging in our community. It's difficult for them to find assets that can assist them. We'd ask that we really think about our evolving public transportation system in the city of Memphis and how that might be made more friendly to people who are aging. People who are aging cannot stand at bus stops. It's very difficult for them to do that. And so this would be important to think about as we continue to design a friendly transportation system in our community, how we might do that. Thinking about those challenges, but then also thinking about opportunities. I think accessible public services are an incredible opportunity in this community. We need viable neighborhoods with neighborhood services, transportation alternatives, safe streets, and opportunities for engagement there. Local housing, we are overly dependent on federal housing support for housing assets in this community. How might we think about that? Securing affordable housing is imperative for people as they age, and it particularly has an impact on health for people as they age if their housing is insecure or inadequate. Employment, we think that there continues to be unmet needs in the workforce in the city of Memphis, and I would just suggest to you that there might be opportunity for specific development for older workers to participate in the workforce. We know many people want to continue to participate in the workforce. How might skills be updated so that people might find themselves participating in employment that is what is needed in our community? And then an opportunity that I want to make sure I leave you with, I feel it is imperative to talk to you about listening to the voices of people who are aging. When you appoint committee members, when you bring people in for consultation, are you specifically assuring that you're asking people who are aging or people who are living with disabilities onto those committees to assure that their voices are heard? I'm available to ask any questions if you all might have some.
Thank you, Ms. Dowdy. Let the record reflect that we've been joined by Councilman Ford, also Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. And I'll say, well, I had a question. I think it was on the third slide where, okay, yeah, the third or fourth slide, both of them, where it showed the numbers of the services.
Mm-hmm.
Now, does this say this is what the city of Memphis does, like, or do we connect with resources? So, like, do we provide adult daycare or do we connect to the adult daycares?
The city of Memphis doesn't provide any of these services. The Aging Commission of the Mid-South uses federal funds and some funds contributed by the city of Memphis to provide all of these services. We have a contractor for adult day services. That services that is provided to people who are living with Alzheimer's and dementia.
Okay, I held my question, but that was the confusing part for me on, because it says city of Memphis, it just happens in Memphis. I thought that was coming from the actual city of Memphis.
No,
okay.
Those are the number of people citywide who participate.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up.
With the funding supported by
with the funding
Aging
support
Commission.
with the federal dollars.
Yeah.
Okay. In the queue, we have Councilwoman Logan and Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you again for just keeping us updated on what's going on and how we can better prepare and serve this community. Not too long ago, we funded some positions, if I'm not mistaken, or was it customer service? Or we supported?
During the time of COVID,
okay.
We were allocated some ARPA funding received by the city of Memphis, and we did fund a position with that at that time.
Do you still have those positions?
We have moved those positions to the one position that funded to our federal budget.
Okay, and did you see an impact when you had that? Was it a?
It is helpful. I mean, we receive, and you're on our board of directors at this time, we receive probably over 25,000 calls in a year. And so any help we can get is helpful. But I would tell you that we can't always answer calls live because of the volume of calls. And our standard is return a call within 2 business days because of the volume of call.
Has the call volume remained the same, increased or decreased over the last couple of years?
Yeah, I would tell you call volume is massively generated by people asking for access to TennCare services. And so if TennCare ever makes any sort of change to their program or eligibility, call volume escalates tremendously. We've had some increased call volume over the past 6 months because of SNAP and conversations in the federal government about SNAP and SNAP eligibility. But over the years, call volume has just grown exponentially. I've been at the Aging Commission nearly 8 years now, and call volume seems to grow nearly every year.
right, thank you for that update.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, and then Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you. Well, this is a huge passion of mine. In the healthcare industry, when I worked, the senior citizens and those with disabilities was very hard because it was very hard for resources. And then we know about reps. What's that? Oh God, it was just on the top of my, I'll come back to it. When I looked at your zip codes, all these zip codes are in our districts, and they're the people who we serve the most. 38109, 38114, 38116, 38127, and 38128. We have such a high volume of great needs is needed there. What I wanted to ask you, what is the greatest need that you're seeing that this city could close a gap on and help with the aging? What is the greatest need? Because I already know affordable housing, I know health care, and I know there is a real gap, a huge gap in caregiving, because I had a service and that's what I did, and it's not affordable when you do private sitting. And most of the people that we served were very, they were wealthy. They could afford it. But now with the income, what it looks like, and our seniors are living much longer. They are really living longer. But what is the greatest need? If you had to have a need and a gap that you needed this city to help close and to secure on the 8 years you've been there, what is it that you see?
Senior hunger.
Senior hunger.
You may have heard me mention before, Memphis is known as the third hungriest city in America for a senior.
Okay.
And I would just direct comment back to what you were saying about caregiving.
Yes.
In the state of Tennessee, in order to be eligible for 10 care services, which provides long-term care services in the home or in a facility.
Respite, that's the word.
Respite, yes. A person must have less than $2,000 in total assets. A person must have $2,900 or less in income. A person must have severely disabling conditions which prevent them from caring for themselves. And if a person owns a home, they must agree that upon their death, the proceeds of the sale of the home will revert back to the state to reimburse the state for their care. That is called the Federal Recovery Act. That's part of the federal legislation of Medicaid all over the country. That is in no way unique to the state of Tennessee. We oftentimes meet families because, as you all know, the family home may be the only asset, the only source of wealth the family has. They refuse to come into care or secure care for their family member because of that tie to the home. And so that's really a thing. But if you said to me, what do we need? What do we need? And you said, let's get into one thing that we could attack.
Yes.
I would direct you to senior hunger. And I would tell you this: we fund the MIFA Meals on Wheels program. Many of you are familiar with that. Many of the city senior centers have a congregate meal in those. We are the primary funder of all of that. But I would tell you that we only fund about 80% of that meal. MIFA must continue to fundraise the rest of those meals. So when MIFA comes over here asking you all for help, please hear them. When we come into the room asking you for help, please hear us. The city of Memphis mayor typically supports us with about 142 or 144, I can't remember, $1,000 a year, but that number has been stagnant now for well over a decade. If you all have any influence in that area.
That's an aging commission number or a MIFA support number?
That's an aging commission number, and that number has been stagnant for years. I'm not aware of the current ask for MIFA, but please hear me when I say they are worthy of your consideration of budget, because that is, without those dollars, they can't use the federal dollars we have, and so the hunger problem just is exacerbated.
So let me ask you this question too. When I look at these zip codes and I see what the total people are served, And I want to talk about the adult care centers. How are they located? Because the one that I was familiar with was way out on Poplar. It was one way out on Poplar. That was many years ago when I was in that. That was my old life. And we had a hard time trying to even get people registered, a part of that. So in these zip code areas, how many adult daycare centers do we have that are you aware of?
We contract with 2 centers. One of those centers is in Raleigh, and one of those centers is in Hickory Hill. But to your point, one of the difficulties is, families who can't find their way into our program have to pay for that out of pocket.
Yes.
That's very difficult. And then additionally, transportation is a massive issue.
I was going to say social support, and these are the things that I dealt with back then when we did social health of determinants.
Yeah.
So we created that out of Cerritos, California. Social support, transportation, and caregiving were the 3 main things that we found here in Memphis with the providers and the doctors that I work with. We found that a struggle, and I see that it still is a struggle dealing with that.
Because you all are my friends and you all are in this with me, I'm going to say this to you. What I sit here and talk about you today about is the same thing I would have said to you 8 years ago.
Yeah.
And so when I get an opportunity to be in rooms, I want to assure that we raise a level of awareness, and say to you, we continue to pour vast amount of resources into satisfying the needs of youth. And we know that is a non-negotiable. We have to do that.
Yes,
but I will say to you, this need in 5 years, if not addressed, will be something beyond what my conversations are with you today. Here, I'm going to tell you the most common call we receive every single week. We get a call from either a neighbor or code enforcement of the city of Memphis, or someone saying, Miss Smith lives in a home. She can no longer continue to live in that home because that home is falling down upon her. Miss Smith has $900 a month of income, and now we face finding a place for Miss Smith to live with $900 of income the rest of her life.
So this is what I want to ask of you moving forward, because I'm working with HCD with Director Cash, and we just did a program called RAMP, because I saw that 8 years ago.
I was there for the kickoff. Yeah.
Yes.
We referred everybody in town over
and that's
there.
what I wanted to refer, because not only does the RAMP program do that, but it gives them a better quality of life. It gives them railing. It helps them get in and out. It covers so many things that I think, and I was wondering, did you connect with?
Absolutely.
Yes, because that need is so great.
Surely. Here's what I would say back to you. Stay in touch with Director Cash and find out how many people they really support.
We're meeting today.
And then find out how many people are on the waiting list. Those of you who are connected to Habitat for Humanity, find out how many people they support and what the need is.
So that's what I'm doing, and thank you. I'm going to yield, but that's exactly some things. But thank you for the hard work. I know it's heart-wrenching to see it happen, and especially because our elderly and our seniors are living. It's longevity right now. They're living much longer than they normally have been. I mean, and to neglect them and not to provide what they need. And when I hear the word hunger, when we did the social determinants of health, that was one of the greatest needs. As I said, 3 of them: transportation, hunger, social support, and caregiving was something that was very challenging here in this city. Now, we were able, I know across the country, but it was just heart-wrenching because you see it every day. So I'm meeting with Director Cash today. That's one of the things that I wanted to address, because I've gotten several calls on elderly people and those wellness checks. We had to send out so many wellness checks as you said, because the house was deplorable, or they didn't come out for 3 or 4 days. The neighbors didn't see them. But I want to thank you for all the hard work that you do. But I will get with Director Cash and we can see what more we can do, because we're in budget season. And these are our citizens and our constituents that we need to really take care of. So thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Let the record show we've been joined by Councilman Smiley. We have Councilwoman Walker, and lastly, Councilman Dr. Warren in the queue.
Thank you. So can I get a clarification when you were talking about the funding from the Aging Commission and MIFA? Who was 80% and who was 20%?
So if in round figures, a meal served by MIFA is 80% supported by us and 20% by the funds they raise.
Okay, thank you. And then my next and final question. So the words hungry, hunger, hungriest, I'm clear on what that means, but when it comes to hungriest, what are the factors considered when it comes to establishing rankings whereby we are the third hungriest in the country? Is it number of meals per day, number of days a person eats, quality of food? But what is taken into consideration when these rankings are established?
Sure. I hesitate to tell you that specifically. That study is done by Hunger America. Hunger America. I will send you the link to that, and if you would like to share with others, for sure. But it's well established. It's been going on for years, and it's Hunger America is the group, the group that does that work for the country.
All right, thank you. I yield the floor. And thank you for coming.
Thank you, Councilman Dr. Warren.
We have a function at my church where we have Trader Joe's or Costco bring food every Sunday. And it's amazing the number of people live downtown that are over 65 that come to pick up food every Sunday. So this is an ongoing problem. It seems like it's getting worse. We give out pretty much all the food that we have every Sunday. And it's something that is going to be an exponential problem as people get older and we remain more hungry here in town. So as we're looking forward to what we've got to do as a city, this is something we're going to have to work with these guys on, and it's going to get worse.
It really is. You know, one of the things you all will see on our Facebook page or website or things, or particularly in the city of Memphis, where people can get free meals. Because, Dr. Warren, to your point, you will see seniors in places where you would think the meal is being provided to a homeless person, quote unquote, but there are seniors joining in that crowd, those crowds, and they may have a home, but they're joining in for those services.
I'd say 80% of the people that we're serving at First Pres, which is, right on the corner over here, every Sunday are in the latter group. They're the people who are not necessarily homeless. They're people that have a home and they just don't have the food. So they line up starting, at 10 o'clock in the morning so they can get the food at 1 o'clock and take it home.
Yeah, and our friends over at Calvary would tell us the same thing. I suspect they have a large presence every Sunday morning, have some nursing students and are making sure people have clothing and whatnot. And they have the same
function,
experience.
And interestingly, both functions are needed, and they're 2 blocks away.
Yes.
So it's going on downhill now.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Ms. Dowdy, for just bringing this information. I know you say you all do an annual report for us, so thank you for providing that and giving us some statistics that we can think about and work with as we're considering, as you said, budgetary requests, boards and committees that have different viewpoints and mindsets on them, not just for the aging, but those with disabilities as well will fall into it. And so as we conclude this presentation from the Aging Commission, I was just sitting up here thinking about the elders that I know and the seniors that I know. So for our colleagues, I'm sure that you do that, but also the folks who are listening and tuning in, or who will watch this later, definitely probably just take some time out to check on the elders and seniors that you know, or those who are living with disabilities. Are you hungry? You okay? Your AC work? Are you good? And just adding that aspect of we can be more neighborly as Memphians. We can always have a goal of being more neighborly, and that includes, you know, all ages and folks who are all around our communities. So thank you, Mrs. Dowdy. I really appreciate it. And was there anything that you wanted to say?
No, I would just say thank you all so much for consistently inviting me over. Thank you all for being engaging with this issue. It is something that I know because I know many of you all personally, that I know many of you all, your heart is really into. And so thank you all for your continued concern regarding your neighbors who are aging and living with disabilities.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the May 26th meeting of Public Safety and Homeland Security. Ms. Mauricio, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Spinoza. Here. Councilwoman Walker. Present. Chair Canali.
Here. Chair observes a large quorum today. Colleagues, we have one item on the agenda today. Item 1, resolution to accept additional grant funds in the amount of $1,303,991 from the U.S. Department of Justice to the United States Marshal Service for the Western District. All council districts sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same night minutes. Can I get a motion and a second?
Second.
Moved by Warren, seconded by Spinoza. D.C. Brown, welcome. Thank you, sir. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Andrew Brown, Deputy Chief of Memphis Police Department, 170 North Main. So this would be money to reimburse the Memphis Police Department for overtime dollars spent for the months of October and November 2025 while our officers participated in the Memphis Safe Task Force. So we're requesting same night minutes so that it'll be applied to this current fiscal year budget to supplement our overtime expenditures so far this year.
Yes, sir. So that's 2 months.
Yes, sir.
Is that how they've normally paid us?
So this has never been done on this scale. Normally they have paid our task force officers, like we may have 3 or 4 officers embedded with units. This is the largest scale that the federal government has done this on, so it's taken several months of in-depth paperwork submissions, going back and forth, and then finally getting everything in order for the federal government to approve the monies to be released.
So can we expect to get it again?
So we do have some remaining funds. We wanted to understand how much time it would take to process this. So for the months of December through April, we have been using the state's Violent Crime Intervention Fund to supplement that overtime. We will be requesting May's overtime for the Memphis Safe Task Force to be submitted through the federal government.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Let the record reflect that Dr. Warren and Chair Swearingen Washington have joined us. Dr. Warren?
Yes. Is there any particular reason that we can't request the January through April funds come from the federal government also and save those state funds for things like the Group Violence Intervention Program, other things that we've been using the state funds for, as opposed to overtime, since this was a federally mandated event? Because if we're asking for federal funds, why are we not using federal funds for those months? And that may be above your thought, where you're in the room you're in. But I mean, that's a question I think needs to go back up the ranks, because there should be federal funding for this, as if it was a federal program that brought these in and made us have to do this overtime. So comments, and you can say, I don't know.
No, so they gave us a total of, I think it was $1.9 million over 2 separate iterations of money. We can't
being the federal government?
The federal government, yes, sir. So they gave us an additional amount. We went back and requested, when we realized that we were going to quickly spend that amount, we went back and requested an additional amount, and it came up to about 1.9.
How much extra did we spend because of this, and how much did the federal government pay of the total?
So the total that they've allotted for us is 1.9.
I understand what they allotted. What do we have to spend because of this?
I'm not sure the total that we've spent so far, but just for the months of October and November, it was that 1.3 million. So we're spending about $600,000 a month for overtime.
So we spent $600,000 a month. How many months have we been into this now?
We're 8 months in, I believe.
8 months into it.
Yeah.
Okay. So 2.4 million. They've allotted 1.9 total, or just 1.9 twice?
No, so the first iteration was a little over 600,000. The second was 1.3 million to bring that 1.9. Okay. And we could, so to my understanding, we can go back and request more, but we had to demonstrate that we were spending the money.
Okay, so now that we've demonstrated we're spending the money, can we go back and request that money?
I believe so.
And not use the state money, use it for other things, and get the federal money from the federal program? That's what I'm hoping we can try to do.
Yeah, so we could try that, but to my understanding, the money would be requested going forward, because depending on how long the federal government will be here, they allocate based on the total amount of money that they have to spend, based on the police departments and other jurisdictions that are involved, who gets what percentage of that money. So that's all the money that has been allocated to this point.
Yeah, okay.
For everyone
Again, you know, in my mind, what I'm thinking is federal program coming in. We're supporting federal program. Thank you for the marshals. Thank you, you know, state money. Thank you for the highway patrol. But hopefully that's our state taxes paying for that. We're finally getting the highway patrol that we actually deserved and needed for a long time. This program helped us see that, and we've had good results with that. It's freed you guys up to do a lot of stuff that you hadn't had time to do before, and we can see that along with the group violence intervention program we were funding. Murder rates are down, crime's down. It's you know, but it's a combination effort, and you know, our citizens, you know, are glad for that. But this extra stuff that came in from the federal government that wasn't asked for by our city, we're hoping we can get paid for by the federal government, and then we can use that state money other places. That's just food for thought, and maybe you can bring that back after you take it up the chain. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. All we can do is ask, and I feel confident that this department is asking for every dollar that they can get. Please let the record reflect. What'd I say? Reflect that Councilwoman Cooper Sutton has joined us. Any other questions? All right, colleagues, all those in favor of sending this downstairs with a favorable recommendation with same night minutes signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Any opposed? That item passes. That's all we got for public safety.
Walter Person. I'm CFO, 125 North Main. And I am here along with Director Morgan from Public Works to talk about a resolution for a capital outlay interfund loan. And this loan is necessary to help us with a challenge that we're having with our cash on hand position. I will allow Deputy Morgan to speak to that more in detail as it is his division. And then we'll be here to help him with any questions that may arise. With that, I'll turn over to Deputy Morgan, or Director Morgan, sorry.
Scott Morgan, Director of Public Works, 125 North Main. So as mentioned, this is an interfund loan between the Stormwater Fund to the Sewer Fund. And what that means is essentially there's a cash flow issue on our claim on cash in the Sewer Fund. So we're expending approximately $9 million a month on various sewer projects that are related to loans and an ARPA grant. And those various agencies have different timelines for reimbursements once we get all the necessary documents to those agencies. So, for example, our state SRF loan is generally about a 1 to 2 month reimbursement, but the city has to front the money and show proof of payment to be reimbursed. So similar to our ARPA grant, but that's about a 2 to 3 month reimbursement period, and that's on average. So what we're requesting is to make sure the sewer fund is in a positive position, June 30th, having a not to exceed amount of a loan from the stormwater fund to the sewer fund to account for the gaps in cash flow reimbursements to the sewer fund.
Okay, so we've met. I talked to Chief Person, then I've met with Chief Person and Director Morgan. And what I requested was a breakdown of what this $28 million consists of. So last year, you all ended the year in the positive. Is that correct?
Yes, by $6 million, I think.
So you ended the year last year in the positive by $6 million. This year, you all have a $28 million deficit. I think this body needs to have a clear understanding of that deficit. And the bigger concern that I have is that upon the initial meeting, it was stated that part of that was based on some faulty water meters, to which my question was, how much are we attributing to that? I think, Director Morgan, how much did you say you were attributing to that?
Well, the budget meeting last week, I said potentially 2 to 5 million.
2 to 5 million. So that still leaves us about, what, 23 million, if we're being conservative, of us needing to understand how we got here. And then backing up a little bit, when did this become an issue of knowing that that you all were gonna have a $28 million deficit?
Point of clarification, we're not in a $28 million deficit. The loan is a not to exceed max of $28 million.
So what's the anticipated deficit as of right now? What's the number that you have as the anticipated deficit?
We're at 24.5. And I got about 15 million in outstanding reimbursements currently. So if you assume I get all those today, that would put us at negative 9.5. So that's why it's a not to exceed, because we got to wait for month-end closeout for May and June, see what reimbursements I have been able to obtain, as well as payments from MOGNW for sewer fees, as well as our industrial customers.
So at what point were you able to determine that there was a deficit?
Walter Person again. So we monitor all of our funds, and we try to monitor them on a monthly basis. As we monitored the sewer fund, it moves around from a cash on hand perspective and is quite volatile. We noticed around September, October, which was really the end of the first quarter, beginning of the second quarter, that it had moved slightly into the negative. But by slightly, I mean maybe $1 million or so. That's not unusual during the course of the year, but we kept monitoring it, and unfortunately, it kept moving down. Around September, October timeframe is when Director Morgan and his team started making debt and capital payments. And so what he was seeing, if you will, is a trending pattern that seemed to match with revenues and expenses, but a lot of his capital outlay and expenses along those lines were taking him into a deficit position. However, much like he just stated, we were awaiting reimbursements from a variety of funding sources with the revolving fund and ARPA. Unfortunately, even with those reimbursements coming, some of them were coming in slower than we planned, and we kept getting into more and more of a deficit position. So then we decided to bring the issue to you all, along with a solution that would be able to address the deficit position.
And the need for same night minutes, tell us what's going on there.
Yes, ma'am. So to bring this before you all, we had to get at least preliminary approval from the state. The state of Tennessee had to review the proposals and make sure that we weren't endangering stormwater or any other fund by pursuing this path. Once this is approved by the primary government body, yourselves, then we have to go back before the state so that they can approve the final structure. They require at least 15 days for that approval. So for us to make sure that we have that done within a timely fashion, addressing the other concerns, we need to make sure that you all are comfortable before we go back to the state. Otherwise, we would be in a position where we could potentially have a negative cash on hand position at year end, which the state will not allow us to submit a budget if we're in a negative cash on hand position for any fund.
Well, we got a couple of people in the queue. Let's go through the queue and then I'll circle back with my follow-up questions. Councilwoman Logan, you say you're out. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Turn my mic on. The first year, I think we got here, the second year we got here, if I'm not mistaken, that Councilman Spinoza asked for a quarterly. Am I correct? Okay, I thought so. Have we received any of that? I didn't think so. So here we are again. This is my third budget. And I think it's just disrespectful with what the council asked. And we put it in a resolution to ask so we wouldn't be here. Isn't that the reason you did that, Councilman Spinoza? Just to make sure that we wouldn't be here and we can kind of be on top of it and we can prioritize the funding. And here we are again, in a pickle. Am I right? Are we in a pickle?
Well, it does address me. We do have a challenge right now, but I would like to state one thing for the record.
Yes.
Councilman Spinoza did issue a quarterly request, and I think it was superseded by a follow-up request for a quarterly report by Budget Chairman Carlisle, which we adhere to. So we provide a quarterly report, which we provided, I think as recently as like a couple of weeks ago, 167-page document that spells out variances, changes, and that is in accordance with the resolution that was passed. So we have met that requirement.
So you did meet there. I have not seen it. Have you seen it? So yes, I've seen the quarterly reports. What I will say is, even after, so let me intervene. Yes, I've seen it. Intervene because I haven't seen it. It hadn't been to, have you seen it? Did anyone send it to you? Okay. I'll find out how those were. It's a 13 council member here. Yeah, I'll find out how those were dispersed. We did receive quarterly reports. What I will note though is within the quarterly report, as well as the subsequent budget hearing meetings that we've had, which we have had individual one-on-ones with Director Morgan. We have also had the round robin with Director Morgan. So that's at least 2 times dealing with specifically budget that we've met, and nobody mentioned that there was going to be a potential $10 million deficit up to $28 million deficit. Then it's even more enlightening to learn that there had to be a request to the state regarding the deficit, and we still weren't notified about it. And then we get a request for same night minutes. And what we've discussed a lot of times is, and I don't want to feel like we are fussing, but I think the issue that we have right now is that $28 million is not a small amount of money. And as I sit here right now, after multiple conversations, I still don't have a clear understanding of what caused the deficit. I'm getting very general statements like the reimbursement cycle, 3 to 5 million attributed to the water meter cycle. And I still don't understand what's going to be done to fix it. And I think that's a difficult answer, it's not I wouldn't think it would be, because it seems like this is something that's been on the radar for some months. And so the fact that it's been on the radar for months, we hadn't been notified, and now that we are notified with an urgent request for same night minutes to the tune of 28 million, it's still not met with anything more than what's on this screen without providing any type of detail as to what makes up this $28 million, how we got here, what was the difference between last year and this year. Not only what was the difference between last year and this year, what are we going to do that this doesn't happen again? We haven't heard any of that. And I think what's really disappointing is that I gave a heads up about this when we agreed to add this to the agenda. I said, we need to really be careful with same night requests. Chief Person called me and appealed to me and said, we really need to add this to the to the agenda. I did. I took out the time and even talked to Chief Person to the tune of about 30 minutes. Subsequently met for about an hour with Director Morgan, Chief Person, and also Mr. Andre right here. And I still don't have the information that I requested as it pertains to what makes up this $28 million deficit. And I assume if we don't act today, then we're going to end up with negative books on the comptroller's desk and more problems for the city of Memphis, because now the city council can't be accountable and competent and do its due diligence in figuring out what's going on, because now we're pushed up against the wall for information that we need. So now what do we do? Can anybody get me in writing what makes up this $28 million by 4 o'clock this afternoon? Because we've had at least 4 days since the last time I met with you all.
I believe we can get something to you. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that is a good question. What happens if it's not same night minutes? And that's another thing. That's not helpful either, because we don't want the city to be in a position such that we can't properly function. And I just... Any council members with some guidance here? Yeah, what happens if this is not approved same night minutes?
Well, I mean, the biggest thing is we would be back before you on June 9th, and we would present and hope for passage. But again, it would push us very close to that 15-day window for the state. The state is under no obligation to act before 15 days, so we would then be, right up against the budget submission time frame. But beyond that, I mean, it's not a hard rule that it's same night. We were just trying to create a little bit of room so that we could act in accordance with state law.
Question, Director Morgan, is there a reason that this $28 million hasn't come up prior to this last week in the budget hearings that we've had?
So generally speaking, this is, one of the other reasons that in discussion during budget and prior to is for a rate increase. So over the last several years, we've been saying that the sewer fund revenue is pretty much matching expenditures. So we had the large emergency in like FY24, that was about 26 million. Some deficit with the MLGNW water meter. They're looking into that as far as, what the total impact could be. So that is all drawn on, our claim on cash. So any emergencies that come up in the sewer fund that aren't planned capital through loans or bond issuances is covered by the sewer fund. So, and with the way rates are now, we haven't been able to replenish sewer funds. As mentioned, last year finished, I think, $5 or $6 million. So with that, and now that we're spending all this additional capital on our SRF and ARPA, so last year it was all these projects are in design, which is minimal dollars compared to construction. So we have ARPA funds of $63 million to spend by the end of September 30th. So that's the major construction that's ongoing. So that's why there's such a huge draw on the fund to expend those dollars and then wait for reimbursement. So last year it wasn't an issue because even though revenue and expenses are close, as far as what we bring in versus what our expenses are, and when I say expenses, operating expenses, personnel, M&S, debt service, the pilot payment, those are like your 4 or 5 major buckets for the sewer fund. This year we got those expenses on top of the capital expenditures that we're waiting on reimbursement. So that's the main difference. We're not in a $28 million hole. We're just projecting that and the need to have it not to exceed 28 million. But we have to wait for hopefully these reimbursements that we didn't have to wait for last year. We were getting reimbursements last year, but you're talking maybe $1 million or $2 million, and the sewer fund's able to absorb that. I mean, we've had loans for years with you as well as SRF loans, and the sewer fund is able to expend those funds and then wait for reimbursement. It's not an issue, but with the recent downfall in the claim on cash, that's the issue. We just don't have the funds in the bank to bankroll those projects while we're waiting on reimbursement, and we have to pay the contractors to do the work. So we submit to those agencies with proof of payments and all the documentation that goes with it while they review it and wait for reimbursement.
So I'm guessing there's no analysis that you've done in your department to kind of map out what these differences are in numbers that show that?
No, I track what we submit for reimbursements and what we're waiting on reimbursements. That's why I said we're about $15 million right now waiting on reimbursements. And those come in at various times. We submit them, they'll review, ask questions, we submit answers, and then sometimes it goes back and forth several times. The state, got to remember, for ARPA grant, the money that they gave out was over $1 billion, or maybe $2 billion. But anyways, every city and county within the state got these funds. So every city and county in the state that was part of this ARPA are requesting reimbursement every month. So we're in queue with everybody across the state, and they have Ernst & Young as their financial advisors that are assisting, but it just takes a long time. And that's where the majority of the funding's going.
But that's what I'm saying. That didn't change from the previous year to now, right?
It did, because last year all these projects were under design.
And so now
they're under construction, which is significantly more funding.
What's the difficulty in getting this in writing, in some type of presentation that shows the analysis and what makes up the $28 million? What's the difficulty in that?
There's no difficulty. Again, it's not $28 million because that's just the not to exceed loan request.
Well, even understanding how we got to the $28 million. If that's not the number, how did you decide that $28 million is the number?
Because currently the Stormwater Fund has over 800 days claim on cash.
Again, is this not something that upon multiple requests could be reduced to a document or to something that shows us your work as to what you're saying? And the reason I ask that is because as I sit here right now, I've heard at least three different issues as to what makes up this deficit. And then today it's not a $20 million deficit, it's a loan up to $28 million with about a certain 9.5 million that actually is a deficit. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I also don't want to continue to just say we're going to do requests for same night minutes, because if we don't, everything is just going to fall apart and we don't have the information that we need to make informed decisions. And again, I gave a heads up about this when we added it to the agenda and said what I would like to see for it. Is that something that we can get by 4 o'clock?
We'll work with finance and provide something. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is this fine, Chairwoman, if we move this to executive? Okay, Councilman Spinoza, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my first question was going to be, what happens if we say no? And do you mind to just kind of encapsulate that again for us, please, Chief Person?
Sure. So if you say no, which is definitely you're right, we would just have to go back, regroup, and come back on June 9th. As Director Morgan has pointed out, we need the money because it's pretty uncertain where we're going to land by June 30th. But what is not uncertain is that we can't have a negative claim on cash by June 30th. So we try to create a buffer zone to make sure that we would not have a negative claim on cash. One of the things that he did not broach in his presentation, but is critical, is that the sewer fund, as does the stormwater, pays a pilot fee to the city of Memphis, a payment in lieu of taxes. Most government entities do that operate under the city. And so with that, that would be probably an additional close to $14 million. So he's got the 9.5 that he feels, even under a best case scenario, will be there. Plus you have the additional 14 million, which is a requirement that he pays along with stormwater, along with MLG&W, of a pilot fee. That puts us right at about 23 right there. So we're just trying to be in a position where we don't have to come before this body and the state and say, we can't submit the budget timely because we have a negative cash position. I understand that it looks bad and it's big, but it's one of those things when you watch claim on cash, literally claim on cash can move $2, $3, $4 million in a day because it's a very volatile, it's just really your cash balances any particular time. If you enter a journal entry, it changes your cash balance.
I get that.
Anything that's paid, it moves it. Yeah, and I don't want to be pedantic, but I'm just simply saying, but the one thing that is certain is that we're in a negative position now. And then if you take a few steps back, Director Morgan disclosed the interceptor pipe that goes into T. Maxon. That was a $26 million issue.
I understand that. I think
McKellar Lake. And we had fund balance in sewer years ago. McKellar Lake and the sewage break there several years back.
I understand that. And I don't mean to cut you off, but I get that. And Director Morgan, I call you and your team at least like 2 or 3 times a week, and y'all do a great job responding to me and all that stuff. I think I want to address what Councilwoman Cooper Sutton said, because I did ask, I think I even gave you some PowerPoint slides similar to what McGowan brings us. And the chairwoman this morning complimented how smoothly the MLGW, it's $2.1 billion that we approve, and it happens every 2 weeks, and it's pretty smooth. And I understand that we passed that resolution, and I wanted slides to just make it easy for the council and all of us to understand. We had another one superseded, as you said, that Chairman Carlisle put together, and it's a 167-page document. Like, I think this body would like to see what we asked for in the original resolution, which is something simple like this, so that we can see when a wave like this is coming, because here we are, and it's like we're at the very end, and it's 28 million, it's an emergency and all this stuff. I mean, that's just not, it's not a good look. And I would say it's not appreciated. That's not directed at you, but I don't think anybody up here likes being in the position that I feel like that we're in today. Let me ask you this one last question. When did y'all go to the state? So you went to the state with this proposal?
Yes, and I'll let Deputy Chief Walker speak to when he reached out to the state.
Andre Walker, Deputy CFO. So we didn't go before the state formally.
Sure.
It was advised that we prepare a draft of the resolution, send it to the state for their informal review to make sure that we dotted all the I's and crossed all the T's. We did that. They came back and said, it's perfect.
Was that like the last week?
Yes.
Okay, so I didn't mean to cut you off. Thank you.
Yes, I mean, exactly. It was about a week ago.
So a week ago. Okay.
Yep.
So it's not like y'all did 3 months ago and we,
Exactly.
And I'm not saying you got to call me if you want to do everything, but I don't know if anybody on this body, you may want to reach out to us. I would highly suggest that. I mean, that would have lessened the surprise of what we're seeing today.
Understood.
Suggestion. Yeah, appreciate y'all. I'm good, Madam Chair. And I would recommend that I guess it sounds like we're going to try to get answers before an executive today.
Well, the other thing I thought about is that I'm not comfortable moving that amount of money without knowing the health of the fund that we're moving it from. Like, how much money is in there? What is the anticipated expenditures there in revenues? Is it trending up, down? Are y'all going to end up flat there? Is it going to eventually cause a deficit there? What?
And if it only needs to be 10, then we'll do 10 and keep, things. A lot of things to consider. I think things we need to think about. I'll take myself out off the microphone now.
Yeah.
Did you want me to answer
Okay.
Well, if y'all could put that in whatever you all put in writing for us for later on. And then what's the plan for paying it back? Are you all depending on an approved rate increase in order to be able to pay it back?
Well, in terms of the amount of money from the fund, the lending fund, which would be stormwater, there's about $62.5 million in fund balance in stormwater right now. And cash on hand, they have over 800 days of cash on hand. For a AAA rated credit, you were only required to have 250 days of cash on hand. So stormwater is very healthy. The amount of money that we're proposing to borrow from stormwater would still leave it with approximately 400 days of cash on hand, which would still exceed the AAA bond rated level. So in terms of payback, there's a 2-year window of payback. And again, a lot of that is expected to come as the director receives those reimbursements because, you know, and I think that's why he kept coming back to address the issue of $28 million. He does not and is not facing a $28 million deficit per se, but timing of the cash flows are such that much, if not all of it, may happen after June 30th. But when he receives those funds, he can repatriate those funds back to stormwater.
And so when is it that you're anticipating to receive the $15 million reimbursement?
Is different for each agency. So again, SRF, there's 4 million, and this is current, like I have expenses every month. So currently in SRF, there's like 4.4 million waiting to be reimbursed. They've probably had it a month, 3 weeks. It takes them about a month or two to do it. And then ARPA is around 2 to 3 months, and they're probably a little over 6 million, 7 million. And that's current. So every time I pay an invoice, that number changes.
Dr. Warren, you recognize.
Thank you. And thank you for all these great questions. I just remember from when we were having our budget forum that we went through, and it seemed like part of the issue that we had, it's like threefold. It's a complex issue. We've had the McKellar Lake problem. We've had another major problem that required us to go from how many days before those two accidents, how many days in reserve did we have in cash about approximately at that time? Do you know, Mr. Person?
Unfortunately, sir, I don't know exactly before that incident. It was several years ago.
Scott, you have any remembrance? I seem to recall every time I look at these funds, it seemed like, why do they have all this money here? Because it seemed like they had a lot of money. And the fact that we spent, a fair, all of it, right? And then when we are trying to see what happens, that money never came back. So how did we get all that money in there to begin with? I think it was because the amount of money we charged for those services was what it took for those services and enough to replenish that fund every year as we spent it. And what we've done is we've not been able to replenish the fund because every year providing those services cost us more. When's the last time we had a raise on any of these fees?
January 2020.
Okay, so 2020, and before that, when was it?
January 2018.
Okay, so we've been having to raise this to try to keep up. And at that point in 2020 and 2018, have we had any of these issues where we had the major loss of funds?
No, but you're exactly right. That's really what happens. That things in the sewer fund, whether it's an emergency or just normal operating expenses, are more expensive every year. And we had a healthy reserve claim on cash 2017, 2018, and then we had the McKellar Lake emergency. Then we had
Is that 2019?
That might have been 17.
2017 was McKellar Lake.
Yeah.
Okay.
But in that time, you have two rate increases that go to help offset that. Then you have an emergency in 2024, and there's no rate increases. Okay. So you use the cash reserve that you have for emergencies, and then you don't have enough revenue to replace that.
So our revenue's not replacing our cash reserve.
At a large clip, right.
Okay, and we had the thing with MLG&W. where we had, the first we heard is about $20 million. And since then, you said it was about $2 to $5 million.
Right. So that was
that we didn't get because MLGMW's meters didn't work.
Right. MLGMW is doing the analysis now, but when they initially told me, I was under the impression that all 48,000 meters defaulted to the minimum one CCF, and subsequently they said on average is about 6,000. But that changes every month for the number of customers and everything. But that went on for 22 months. So somewhere within that, there is a loss of revenue that they're looking to quantify for me.
Okay, so I've been talking to them at the meeting as I did this morning, asking how are they going to help us with this? And, they sort of look at me like I'm kidding, but I'm not. I mean, I think if there was a meter issue and we should have received those funds, it should not just be, all of us, paying for it here. They should help us do it. They're part of our system. They have a cash reserve. That makes sense. Here, what we're asking for is to take funds to keep this whole so we don't have a bond rating problem, so we don't have a problem borrowing money in the future for another emergency if we had to have it. And we got a plan to pay it back. So we got a budget timeline. And I don't think these guys, are not doing their job and didn't show up and they're trying to make us look bad with this. I think this is like what they figured out might work to fix the problem. So, I mean, I'm not opposed to same night minutes if they can get my colleagues the answers to the questions they want for our meeting tonight. I'd recommend highly that you do that. But I think it's sort of complicated. And there are a bunch of moving parts here. And I think we're trying to plug holes in the dike, and I hope they're doing it well. It seems to me like I don't know a better way to do it. And it gives us the ability to get bonds in the future if we've got that money there. I see nods of heads. So I would urge my colleagues to consider passing this if you get the information that makes you comfortable. Because I'm comfortable that this makes sense, and where we are is not because of something that we didn't do as a council. It's not because of something that our departments didn't do. It's something that happened and they're responding to. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. And I was very hesitant about speaking, but I appreciate you all coming. But I too echo everything that's been said because it's all a part of the conversation. And, we spoke about it when you told me that we, in one WAP, had to use the $26 million to address an emergency that we had several years ago. Now, my question, as it relates to what Chairwoman mentioned, is we probably should have had a plan in place after we used that $26 million to replenish it from then to now. And I see that we didn't necessarily have that. I do, and I think that's a problem when you, all the way across the board. And I'm always talking, mentioning to you about our credit rating and making sure we don't, when you deplenish your savings and you don't put it back, when you use it all, diminish it, and you don't put it back, you don't have room for emergencies. So we should always have a plan. If we had to use that $26 million, we should have had a plan to put that back. And we have to have that moving forward. There's no way around it because, the financial climate is so volatile. You just don't know what to expect. And we were increasing the rate, you said in 2018, then in 2020, and now it's 26, and we haven't increased since then. How did you expect to reimburse the fund? Or how did we expect to continue to be healthy with that fund not increasing, not replenishing, the fund? So that's something that we really have to look at, the finance department, CFO, finance department. We really have to make certain that we are planning these matters on all fronts. And I'm sure, I know you said you were looking at it, you were watching it, but we weren't replenishing it. So that's a different thing. And that happens, I too, when I got on council, I thought there's a lot of money in these two funds because I was looking for money to do projects and stuff. And then I realized you can't do that. So I was thinking it was a lot. But then to keep using it and not, replenishing it, that's in every area. If we don't have a contingency plan or a plan to, our general fund, our rainy day fund, keep dwindling it down, we have one catastrophic, situation, then we're going to be in a bad place. So I do want to emphasize that, colleagues, that we look at that across the board. And the second thing is, I think you mentioned it, you touched on it, but when we get those reimbursements, what will happen? Are you going to put it back in the fund that you're taking out of immediately? Okay, all right. So if you want to speak to that.
Yeah, I mean, typically what happens is once we get a reimbursement, comes to the city, then it gets applied to those various projects. And then once it's applied to those various projects, then I'll work with Deputy Walker and his team to get it back to the stormwater fund. So as those come in, and ARPA has to be done by September of this year.
Mm-hmm.
So, just take over the next 4 or 5 months, we'll spend $40 million, and then hopefully by November, December, we're whole within that, and as those payments come in, reimbursements come in, we'll repay the stormwater fund. That's why it's up to 2 years, because ARPA ends this year, and my SRF fund or SRF loan ends next summer.
So when Chairwoman asked, how did we get here? That's kind of what she was looking for. How did we get here? Well, we spent this money. We had an increase in 2018. We had an increase in 2020. It kept the fund healthy. We had the money. However, we spent the money. We couldn't put it back. Now, we didn't put it back for 6 years. And here we are now. We had an emergency, wiped out the rest of it. Specifics is what we're looking for, and then how are you going to put it back? You just told us your exact plan this month, in 2 months, in 3 months. So when you come with those specifics written out, then it's very simple for us to follow, and we don't have to wonder what's going on, because we don't have time to wonder, and we're not in a climate that we can just figure it out, But I really appreciate you all coming and addressing the issue, because it is a situation that we need to address, because we want to keep our finances healthy and in a place where we don't have to go before the comptroller. We don't need Nashville coming down in any other area of city government, and we don't need to give them a reason to. So let's be mindful of that and take care and address the things we need to beforehand. Thank you. I yield back.
Point of information.
Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas.
Just a point of information, Madam Chair.
Yes, Dr. Warren.
Did I miss it? Do we have a motion to move this or before we started discussion? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, we did. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I have a few questions, just so I can put some understanding for me. So I know that this is we're waiting on reimbursement from ARPA and SRF. How much in total? I know this says up to 28, and you said it's 14 by June 30th. How much in total overall? Is it just 28, or what's the number of what we're expecting to be reimbursed for once all our SRF and ARPA grant loans are finished?
So the SRF loan was $42 million. We've probably expended just 20. That's a guess. I can get you exact numbers, and that loan doesn't. We'll be finished with that loan summer of next year. So we still have a year and 4 months on that one
to get up to 42
yes.
expended, but we've only expended 20.
I think
about
so.
20.
ARPA, this Public Works for sewer, was granted $53 million with a $10 million match. And this is in the resolution. So that $53 million, or a total of 63, that's what will be spent by the end of September 30th. And that's for design as well as construction. And as mentioned, we're in construction on all these projects. So that's the large capital expenditures every month.
So we've already hit, I'm sorry, Director, we've already hit the 63.
No, that's total.
So where are we at out of the 63?
18, 20.
So, and this ends when for ARPA
September.
September.
That's what I'm saying.
So between
over
now
the
and
next-
September, we're going from 20 to 63.
Yes. Absolutely.
And those reimbursements will
That's
come.
why I'm saying we're about $9 million a month in
So
capital
will
expenditures.
but will this help if we're going from 18 to 63
Well,
in less than 6 months?
But in that, we're right, but we're only counting for the end of June 30th to be positive. What happens after June 30th, I'll continue to have expenditures, but I will continue to have reimbursements as well until June 30th, 2027. So we're concerned right now with this loan for the end of June 30th. So that gives me my close, year month, May, as well as June, waiting on reimbursements from those various agencies, as well as revenue from our industrial customers and MLGNW.
Okay.
And those happen every month. I mean, they hit different times, expenses and revenue until
But it's
that.
still around that $9 million amount. So can you, and I might have missed it, maybe. Can you tell me if we're looking at 14 by the end of June 30th, where the up to 28 comes from? Are there interest charged on these loans? These reimbursements?
There isn't up to, was it 4% on? I'll let Deputy speak to the interest, but remember, the 14 to 15 that I said were due for reimbursements, that's current based upon what we've expensed and what we've turned into those agencies.
By June 30th, right?
No.
You said you need.
I hope to get them. Every agency is different. So I don't.
We're just talking about sewer, though.
Right. Yes. That's how much sewer reimbursements I'm currently awaiting for reimbursement
14.
from these agencies.
14 for sewer.
Right. Every month.
You have 9.
There's additional requests that stack up on that. So
you ask
so
for
if
3
I get
months
reimbursements quicker than what I'm anticipating, that 28 won't be needed. But if it slows down or doesn't happen, then absolutely that 28 is going to be needed.
And so currently you're asking for 3 months worth.
Generally speaking, yes.
So you said after June 30th, that's a whole nother ball game. But what do we do when in between June 30th to September of you expending the remainder of the sewer for ARPA when our numbers don't match then? Will we end up in the same situation that we're in now for a higher amount? Because if we're just here now and we're just awaiting 14 million, what is it when we're trying to go from 18 to 63 and then we're waiting on that difference?
My quick answer would be no, because the sewer fund, the total revenue, we've always and have always exceeded expenses. So we bring in more money than we spend. The issue is that all these capital expenditures that I'm waiting for reimbursements, I got to front the money first.
But that's my question.
But
so if we're
but
finished with ARPA, you said we have to expend it. You said it ends September, right? This year. If we've only done 18 out of up to 63, which you said 10 of that is a match. With that same logic you just said, I'm just trying to get some understanding for me, and I heard the questions my colleagues have. But with that same logic of, yes, we take in more, but we're waiting on reimbursement for expenditures, wouldn't we also be waiting for these reimbursements of expenditures?
That's right, but that should far exceed June 30th of 2027. And that's what the main concern is, that we don't finish on a negative balance at the end of the fiscal year. So if ARPA's finished September 30th, that gives me, 9 months?
27 or 26?
27.
September 27.
September 2026 is when I'll be finished expending all the proceeds. To get reimbursement until June 30th, 2027, when the year ends. That should be ample time for the state to reimburse me for FY27. But this loan is to cover FY26.
But
we're not concerned with 27 because one, I'll be finished far in advance of the end of the year, plus the request for the rate increase will help my claim on cash.
Will we be on the hook for paying anything between September 26 to September 27?
Now, ARPA will be done, but I will have an SRF loan, but that's $1 to $1.5 million a month. Not even close to what ARPA is.
And we'll have that. We have that. Do we have it, or will we have it?
We have that, but it is compounded with ARPA in FY26 just because it's so much money.
Okay. My last question, thank you for that. It kind of made things clearer. When we do, I think I heard one of my colleagues asking for some information on a PDF or presentation.
I think
Is that what you asked for, Chair?
I've asked for a lot of information, and I think that had we gotten the information, we wouldn't have to spend this much time trying to get to the bottom of an understanding of it. I think it's just what should have been presented with this type of request. It's very just basic. But to answer your question, yes.
I was just gonna add on to that request if we could just get like just a bullet point of list of reimbursements that were included in this. Like just what are we, we like to kind of see what we're paying for, moving money for. What are we waiting on reimbursements from? Yeah, that's all, Chair. So I don't know who's got that information of things we requested, but that's all.
Thank you. Councilwoman Green, you're recognized.
Thank you. I apologize for not being present earlier, but I have been listening to this presentation, and I want to echo many of my colleagues that I feel like I've had this conversation with y'all for 3 years. Please do not bring us resolutions at the last minute with a gun to our head that we have to approve it or else. I will tell you in this case, I find it particularly annoying. I'll try to just be annoyed today. Because unlike overtime, where things can fluctuate and we might need to have more police or fire might go on more calls, I hear you saying that we got in this place because last year was designed and this year was built. And while I understand things are costing more now, we've been in an inflationary environment for 3 years, and we always know that build is going to cost more than design. So it shows an utter lack of planning that we have not actually put forth a plan that covers us and our needs when we know the build is going to cost more than the design. There's just no way that makes any sense. And yet here we are, again, being forced to say, put yourselves in trouble with the state of Tennessee, or outlay $28 million. What's the debt service on $28 million?
Let's see, I'm trying to do the math in my head. So debt service on $150 million is about $12 million. 28, you're pretty good at math. 150 divided by about a fifth, thank you. So a couple of $1 million. In
Just a couple of $1 million. Chief person, how much is a penny on your tax rate?
Vice Chair's got is $1.85 million.
Okay. So here's what I'm saying to the city of Memphis and the taxpayers of Memphis. We're paying a couple of pennies for Liberty Park. We're paying a couple of pennies for the Sheraton. And now we're paying a couple of pennies because of poor planning by Public Works. Right? I bet everybody would love a 6 to 10 cent tax decrease. We are only paying money to borrow money because of our poor planning. I think, again, what the chairwoman has asked for is the bare minimum. I think what Councilman Spinoza has requested, which is maybe a heads up. If you're going to give the state a heads up, maybe give us a heads up. And having it in a format that we all can digest and question in a better form. But this is my 3rd year and my 3rd budget and probably the 4th time that I have had a request like this come from the administration. And it has come from police, fire, MATA, and now Public Works. I don't know what we're doing here. It's like all this budgeting process that we go through means nothing. Because at the end of every year, you guys just come through with resolutions and say, hey, it's 28 million, it's 15 million, it's 11 million, or else. And it is on the backs of the citizens of Memphis that we're doing this. And it's at a time. Look, I just drove past the Exxon at Poplar and Danny Thomas. Gas is $4.49 right now. People don't need us to be burdening them further when they can barely put gas in the tank. I don't know what process we have to set up or what we have to do up here to get the attention of the administration. I'm going to ask, Chair, even if we get the answers at 4 o'clock, that we don't send this down with same night minutes. There is no way. And these people here have said today they would be back here in 2 weeks. So I'm making a motion to hold it for 2 weeks and for them to get everything y'all have requested.
Second.
That seems like the bare minimum.
A second motion.
I'm done.
So I have a motion on the floor. I also have Councilman Dr. Warren still in the queue. Dr. Warren, did you want to say anything regarding the motion?
I'll be glad to speak to the motion. I just want to make sure that we don't put ourselves in a position to where we've got 2 weeks and now we're really going to have to scramble. I personally think I understand why we're where we are, and I felt like I got a lot of this information when I did my budget round robin with the administration. I asked a lot of the same questions that everybody's asked tonight. I got answers after looking at it. So I don't feel like I was blindsided here. That being said, my colleagues do. If you feel the need to hold it, I will. I just don't want us to all of a sudden have to do this and be up, having a not balanced budget at the end of the June and then have the state here because we weren't able to pull this off because we held it for 2 weeks because we were mad. And, I understand we're mad. I understand why we're mad. I'm not, but the questions you guys asked, I asked them during that meeting, and I sort of felt like I got the answers. So that's just where I am. And so I won't be voting to hold, but I understand where it's coming from. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Dr. Warren. And I want to clarify because I can only speak for myself. I'm not mad. I just need to have the information to be able to make informed decisions. 13 members up here represent 600,000 constituents. And it is incumbent upon us to make sure that we ask the right questions. It's incumbent upon the administration to respond to those questions and provide the necessary information so that we can make informed decisions. And as I even look at the resolution specifically speaks to the ARPA grant funds. And then the numbers don't really get to 28 million. It just says up to approximately 28 million. And so I think the questions that we're asking are the right questions. And I think that in order for us to say that we've done our due diligence, that these are questions that we need to have answered. So right now we have a motion to hold. We have a second on that motion to hold. Councilwoman Logan, did you have something to say as it pertains to the motion to hold?
Initially, you wanted it to be held until the executive committee and for them to bring the information back today. Holding it 2 weeks, they said would be putting us potentially in a precarious situation. I mean, if they bring it at executive, why hold it 2 more weeks? I'm just asking if that's gonna, because we still have to be responsible on our end, even if somebody else may not have been. So will that put us in a situation potentially, and if put the pressure on them to get it to us today by executive is my question and my concern.
Okay, so Councilman Smiley, if you have a response to that.
Absolutely.
Well, first, a question. Are you requesting a friendly amendment to the motion to hold so that it's a motion to hold to executive, which we already said, versus 2 weeks?
Absolutely.
Do you accept that amendment? No.
Can I address?
Councilman Smiley.
So that's not what they said. What they said is they're going to be back here in 2 weeks regardless, because if we don't accept the same night minutes, they're going to come back and make a similar presentation. What Councilwoman Green said is they're going to come back in 2 weeks. Hopefully they have the information prepared in time. And then if I could briefly address what Dr. Warren said, here's the one thing I do take issue with. I don't think we should be shifting the blame to the council saying that they feel ill prepared to vote on a particular item because they didn't receive the information from the administration. I think is incumbent upon this body to ask very specific questions. Councilwoman White had very specific questions. Councilwoman Green had, really every member on this body had very specific questions, whether they articulated their concern today or whether they articulated concerns among themselves just right now. I think, it's been my position, while serving on this body, the council has a job to do. The council doesn't necessarily defer to the administration. The council should be acting as if we are truly the checks and balances in this governing body. If we don't serve as the checks and balances, what's the point of having a city council? The questions that I heard today, although I've been extremely quiet just listening, are extremely fair questions. So I'll be supporting, I'll be in favor of the hold, particularly because every single council member voiced concerns. And Dr. Warren, you even had some concerns, although you ultimately got there. But everyone else is not there. So I'm going to support the hold, and those are the reasons why.
All right, so we have a motion to hold before us. All those in favor of a hold say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
So let's actually do how many ayes do we have? So can you do a roll call vote, please? Councilwoman Green? Aye. Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas? Aye. Councilman Smiley?
Aye.
Councilwoman Walker?
Aye.
Chairwoman Swearingen Washington?
Aye.
Dr. Warren?
Nay.
Councilwoman Logan?
No.
Councilman Ford? Canale, sorry. Sorry. And I'm an aye. Yep, that motion passes. So we'll hold this for 2 weeks, and the sooner the administration gets that information to us, the better, so that we can ask whatever questions necessary to try to get it done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, so sorry you all that we've gone over. I want to extend my apologies to Downtown Memphis Commission. I know you all came out in great numbers, as well as the debt service presentation. Was that coming from our Deputy Chief? Deputy Chief Walker, you doing the presentation? Okay, tell me this, and I apologize because we were anticipating getting done sooner. Is it fine if we move you all to the June 1st budget hearings? Right, and right, that's what we were trying to make sure, that we were still in compliance with the ordinance. And we apologize. We really do value your time and try to stay on schedule. This was kind of a unique matter that we did not anticipate would take the time that it did. Okay, thank you all so much. Thank you all.
Monday, June 1st.
Okay, yeah, make sure that works before we do. Yeah. Hold on just one second. Let me see if, hold on just one second. Okay, let's go ahead and do yours. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton has agreed that we hold the personal property taxes, and then that way we can get you all scratched off and meet that requirement. Okay. And thank you so much for your courtesy, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. We appreciate your consideration.
Am I able to control it from, do I have to let you know when the next slide is? I'll say it to you. Okay.
No, thank you.
All right, good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair and Madam Chair and council members. My name is Shondell Ryan with Downtown Memphis Commission, address 440 14 North Main Street. I have with me our CFO, Penelope Rambin, and also from the team is our marketing officer, Milton Howery, and our chief operating officer, Brett Roller. I want to thank them for being here as well. Understanding the time, I will move fast so that we can get you to your next scheduled item. All right, so we can go to the next slide. Okay, you're there. All right, so just want to talk to you about the Downtown Memphis Commission budget. We're really happy to be before you. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard. Our Central Business Improvement District was established to give downtown the focus, detail, and attention it needs, and is funded entirely by the district. Our work is guided by our city council and our county commission board appointees, making you all a partner for what we do every day. So looking at our okay, he's a little bit ahead. So looking at our staff and our roles, we're a mighty team of about 17 individuals. And we have a dotted line for the work that happens on Bill Street. That's not in this budget, but I just wanted you all to know about it. Next slide. This is a structure of all of our different boards. The budget that you're here to talk about today is the DMC budget, and we will dive into that. I wanted just to show some of the metrics for downtown and why downtown is important for this region and for the city of Memphis. We are bringing people downtown every day. We have about 91,000 in our daytime population, about 24,000 for our residents, and we have regained about 85% of our pre-COVID foot traffic, and we're always looking to have more people and higher property values. The most important thing on this slide is that we contribute in downtown to $1.85 million of the per acre of the taxes generated in the city of Memphis. That is 4.6 times the amount for the city and 7.5 times the amount for the county. So what happens in downtown really does shape how we are collecting taxes and how we're funding the city of Memphis. I want to turn to our action plan. We are really proud of the work that we've done to create an action plan. There's a link there if you want to read more about it. It's really shaping how we are moving downtown forward. And it was established by speaking with over 400 individuals. We had our DMC board staff retreat. We engaged with the community and downtown citizens, and they all helped to shape the action plan that we are working. It's going to be our focus over the next 3 years to help us to keep downtown safe, welcoming, and attractive. The 5 priorities guiding our work: make downtown attractive, safe, and welcoming, reduce blight and fill ground floor vacancies, grow the tax base of Memphis and Shelby County, build a bold and unified identity for downtown, expand our ability to do our mission-critical work. Next slide. We have 3 strategic focuses of the budget, of our work that we'll be doing. I want to highlight the map on the right. You see that red dotted line, that is Main Street. That is our pedestrian spine. It is where we have a lot of our economic activity and connections throughout downtown really emanate from that spot. So we have 3 focus areas for our plan. It's make Main Street the main thing. It does not mean that other streets aren't important. What it means is that we will have an emphasis there that will spread out throughout the district. We want to target investment and connect our assets. So you can see on the map, there's lots of assets that are around the pedestrian spine, and want to maximize walkability, and there's a number of ways we're doing that. To keep Main Street, to focus in on some of what we're doing for Main Street, we are really working on a demonstration area. So 3 great blocks where we're really targeting concentrating our anti-blight focus. And we have a retail focus along that area. And also we're looking to catalyze development there. So this budget is broken down into about 4 different focus areas. We focus on public safety and hospitality, beautification, clean and green, our community building and our development, and then marketing, events, and activation. So let's start with our public safety and hospitality, about 38% of the budget. We know that to attract people to downtown Memphis, we need a safer and more welcoming downtown. Last year, we were excited to start our ambassador program anew with our block by block partners. We expanded the team, we expanded the amount of equipment we use, and all the things that we do to make downtown safer, We have a team member inside of Downtown Command Center who's able to dispatch. If you see issues, you can text that person. That person can deal with the issue and send you even a text back. So with that team, we've had about 2,600 visits to businesses. We like to make sure that we're engaging with them. We've had 2,600 hospitality interactions, and this is just really the numbers from June to December of 2025. We provide directions to tourists and people who are just downtown, and we give courtesy escorts. I want to point out one thing, the Downtown Safety Network. I'm really excited to get this started. A number of major cities have this system where if you communicate with businesses, you can create a safer environment. And I really believe that in order for us to be safer, we have to be better connected as the major different places in downtown. And so we have a program where we are going to be connected by radio through the command center, and we'll be able to communicate back and forth as issues arise or to get in front of issues. And we know that this is a best practice. It's modeled after places like Minneapolis, Detroit, and there's one in Midtown Atlanta. So we're really excited to be on the forefront of this emerging trend. Next slide, and you see there, this is just showing you the momentum and how we're ramping up services. Again, we started in May, as you can imagine, hiring and all of the things that we needed to do to get in place. This just shows you the work, how it's being amplified. So beautification, clean, and green is 19% of the budget. Next slide. Just to highlight a few things here, we've got 6,500 public fixtures, and trash cleaned, and that's again the same time period. If you look at those before and after pictures, it really shows you the impact of the work. That is around a dumpster. We do a lot of cleanup around dumpsters, and the team does a phenomenal job. We have planted over 7,500 plants over the last month or so, and downtown looks amazing. If you haven't been out and walking about to see all of the different plants that are out, you will be blown away, I believe, for what you will see. So this slide, I just wanted to show how the intensity of the work has ramped up. From this slide to the next, you can see how we really are diving in deep to the work and creating impact and real change. So on slide 19, this is just some more before and after photos. What I really want to show you is on the very left, the two blocks where you see this rusted out infrastructure, and the team has gone in and not only just cleaned the area, removed graffiti, removed the stickers, but they've gone and painted so that we have an elevated experience. And I think all of that is what helps people to feel welcome and think that if a place is well cared for, it's a place where we can dwell and spend more time. There's another just photos just showing you the impact of the work that the team does, putting things in order. All the way to the right, you'll see the litter cans. There are some times where litter cans get filled to capacity, and the team will go in and they'll clean out about 30% of that, just so that there's not overflowing trash cans and just garbage strewn all about across the streets. All right, so one thing we're in the action plan as we're focusing on making Main Street the main thing, we've got a pedestrian mall. A lot of cities are looking to create pedestrian malls, something that we have currently. We're looking on how we can make sure that we nurture it. One thing we're doing is we're looking at the tree wells just so we can give some recommendations on what should happen with either missing trees or trees that are not healthy. So that is underway. We've created the Downtown Action Team in connection with the different partners that are listed there. And that's really, again, all of the infrastructure on the Main Street Mall is really city infrastructure, or it's a collection of different partners that own the infrastructure. And so we want to be a part of the team to help for us to move forward with infrastructure improvements and just maintaining the infrastructure that is in place. So that's why that team was created. And I just wanted to highlight that sometimes we will go after grants and we will receive grants. I'm really excited about this Vans Sidewalk Repair Grant. Why it's important, it's going to connect South City all the way through to our downtown. Vans is important because you can also use it to walk down to Tomley Park. And so the grants that we're using here will, it's a federal grant, it's a diabetes grant. It's really going to improve the sidewalk, the pedestrian experience going into that corridor. So moving to community building and development, which is 16% of the budget. Just want to talk about some of the programs that we have available. We've got our table ready. I'll talk more about it in some of these other slides, but I want to point out here is we were really happy to have some recent openings. I see a number of council members who attend some of those grand openings that we have, and I love when I see your beautiful faces there celebrating the wins that we have. So you see some numbers there of some new businesses. The Downtown Connect is a small business series. We really, downtown takes big projects and it takes small projects as well. We need all of them to thrive. And so one thing we do with our Downtown Connect small business series, we do training for small businesses. These last 3 events, we've had about 153 people to attend. We've had social media training, vision to velocity training, and accessing capital training, which is important for that demographic. And looking towards our emerging developers, we know that if we're building a downtown for everyone, it takes all kinds of different people who are developers, and we want to be a part of helping to train those developers. So we have a number of programs where we bring them alongside just well-established developers so they can learn from them, and then we also bring them other topics. So Money in May, we have one that's coming up where we're talking to Pathway Lending, LISC, and Financial Federal Bank, just to give people an understanding of some places they can go for working capital. Also, utilizing investment credits and Women Who Build, where we bring that community together to learn. We've had, as of last year, about 96 participating. This year, about 120. So it's a very well-utilized program, and we're really excited to train, that's the better word that I'm looking for, those individuals. So I mentioned earlier, we talk about our Open on Main program and our Table Ready. It's an initiative to fill vacant move-in ready retail restaurant spaces and really lower the barrier for entry for those small businesses to get into downtown, plug in, and test out their idea and hopefully stick and stay and be a part of our ecosystem. It's a really great way for us to activate spaces. I wanted you to understand this is not in this budget, but how other ways that we support small businesses, and that's on slide 29. Next slide. Am I going too fast, Madam Chair? Am I doing okay? Okay. All right. So on slide 30, our marketing events and activations. Let's see, slide 30. I wanted to mention that this is also a part of our action plan priority 4, build a bold and unified identity for downtown. We really take that seriously. We've had about 380,000 people to attend in 2025. We had 807 businesses that we supported. We supported 364 events, either by we produced them, we supported them, or we some way helped them to bring their event to life. We've had about 2,000 events and about 2 million people in downtown just overall. I want to highlight our July 4th celebration. Some time ago, I sent you all emails asking for you to vote for us because we were nominated by, who was that, Milton? USA Today is one of the best July 4th celebrations, and last year was the first time we brought it back. It hadn't been here since the pandemic, so we're really excited to have like 6,000 guests that appeared. We're looking to do a jazz festival in the fall. We think Memphis is a great music city, and we should be known for music, and why don't we have a beautiful jazz fest? So we're really working hard on that. Our holiday tree lighting is a wonderful event. The number of attendees went up. Our holiday parade number of attendees went up. Trolley night is killing it. They have about 8,400 guests, and they are up as well. And that's a partnership with South Main Association. They're doing a wonderful job bringing people to the South Main area. I wanted to highlight the press trip that our marketing team brought here. We're trying to get national coverage, right? We want to build a bold identity. We need to have experiences that places like, or news outlets like Blavity, Black Enterprise, and Essence would speak about. So we brought them here, and we brought them here doing the River Beat Festival. We showed them a lot of different places downtown, and we also showed them to the festival. They had a wonderful time. They were so upset because they had Friday tickets, and they wanted to stay, and they had to leave on Saturday. So really glad we left them with a nice taste in their mouth so they can come back and write about us. So we're looking forward to that. This is just some recent press. Our marketing team does work with marketing outlets to bring awareness to our downtown. It's just a couple of headlines that I wanted to share with you. Something from Forbes, where we did a Wu-Tang pop-up during the River Beach Festival. It brought a lot of people to the Pinch area. It was a really successful event. It was amazing. I went by there. It was, if I can say that, at council, was a vibe, if I can say that here. It was really a great time. And next, just to show you some of the work, again, more from the marketing team. Everything is up. All the errors are up except for the TikTok that we've just really started. And so we'll be diving into that. So I'm really impressed with the work that the team is doing there. All right, to the budget. So on page 35, you should see our budget crosswalk, and I'm just going to talk through some of what you see there. Due to the countywide reassessment that was completed last year, our FY27 proposed budget is approximately $7 million, which is a 7% increase over FY26 actuals. That increase is driven by assessment growth, not a rate change. The rate remains 65 cents per $100 of assessed value for certain properties downtown. It's reflecting that our downtown is growing, which is great. As a part of this budget, we have some new positions, 3 new positions, which is adding to our personnel count. We are adding capacity in administration, marketing, and activations, and our operations support. As the demand on this organization grow, we need a team to meet that, and this directly supports our action plan priority item number 5, which is expanding DMC's capacity to do its mission critical work. We also are expanding activations. That's an 8% increase you see in the budget, consistent with what you saw on Pillar 4, which was more programming, more foot traffic, and more economic activity downtown. We have some enhanced unhoused community strategies. We are expanding our Jeep outreach partnership with the Hospitality Hub to strengthen, and we're strengthening our community building programs. So there is a 14% there. And then we are adding a dedicated outreach coordinator through our block by block contract, which is an additional 5% investment. And what that person will do is to help us focus on how we can match the unhoused community to services. We often have encampments that tend to shift around downtown, and this gives us someone who is focused on it every day, helping us to stay on top of those individuals getting the support that they need. So overall, the increase, again, for the budget is 7%. And again, this is funded not in the city of Memphis's operating budget or the budget at all, but it is funded by downtown businesses through the CBID assessment, and every priority in this budget was shaped and engaged with those businesses and community members and our boards and validated against our action plan. Next slide. All right, that just shows you the year over year from actuals difference. Next slide. And this just shows how the CBID is funded. It is 65 cents on commercial properties that are valued at least 25,000, and no dollars from city or council or commission budget. And this slide just sums up what the budget will do in 6 bullet points. And with that, Madam Chair, I will welcome any questions.
Thank you. Councilwoman Dr. Warren is in the queue, Councilwoman Green, and then Councilwoman Logan.
Just a couple quick questions. One, does that sidewalk grant for Vance go all the way to the bluff? Or does it stop at like Front or 2nd Street?
I believe it goes, do you know, Brett? I believe it goes all the way to the bluff. Yes.
Okay, great. Because as you get closer to South Main, the sidewalks on those side streets sometimes definitely need some help. So that's really good.
And it's really about wheelchair access and that kind of thing. So the rampings and all of that are really critical on that one.
Excellent. The other question I have is, how important do you think actually having a trolley that runs down Main Street and then comes back up down by the river and makes that complete loop, how important is that for downtown revitalization?
Trolley is critical. I immediately heard from from businesses when Charlie stopped on the losses that they saw in revenue, immediate impact. So it is critical to a successful, thriving downtown. We got to be able to move people around.
So as we're looking at MATA and they're making plans and they're trying to figure out what they can do that will actually help support MATA and support downtown, getting the trolley up and running is probably the most important thing. And stopping the trolley from running was probably one of the things that really was the nail in the coffin for that administration in MATA.
You're absolutely right. It was the most traveled line of the entire system. And again,
And how many years has it been out now?
oh man, I think we're definitely on year 2, maybe year a little bit more than that. Yes, sir.
Okay, and do you have any indication from MATA when that's coming back up?
I know that they're working diligently. I am in contact with them about the steps that they're taking with, I forget the TDOT and with the federal agency around the trolley stops that they have to repair. So they're working really, really diligently trying to get all of the things in place so that it can come back.
So colleagues, I think that's one thing that I think we need to have a report on to our group coming up really quickly, because this is affecting, it's tourist season. Okay, if there's any way that thing can get up and get running, now's the time to have it get up and get running.
Absolutely.
And I guess the last thing is, I just want to make colleagues aware that I've been discussing what do we need to do as far as downtown toilets are concerned, because we don't have that. And Ms. Ryan has come up, Director Ryan has come up with some potential things that I'm going to bring to the council soon about a trial project that I think we can fund for minimal money, that may give us an idea of how we can clean up our streets and not have to pay for poop scoopers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam
Councilwoman
Chair.
Green, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir.
Councilwoman Green.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Can you get that thing? I sent a picture pulled up. While it's getting pulled up, I want to first commend you for all the many changes that we have walked through downtown. This is one that I have suggested before, and I want to suggest it again. It's a little hard to read. I don't know if you can zoom in or not, but this is all around downtown Little Rock. They're on the sidewalks. It has a phone number and a QR code. And if you see litter, if you need a wellness check, if you need safety patrol to come walk you to your car, these are situated on every block so that all those good things that you're doing, a tourist might not know about them. But if they want to have someone to contact, this is a way for them to get to it. And so I just would like to put that out there in the ether again, because you're doing so many wonderful things downtown, but not everybody knows how to take advantage of them. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Logan, you're recognized.
May I respond really quickly?
Yes.
Thank you so much for sharing that in the ether, as you say. And just know also we have these cards that we give out to the business owners, and we do this whole campaign of all the businesses that we've been in touch with is to share that. But you're exactly right. Something that is that's not tourists. So yeah, thank you for that.
Thank you. Councilwoman Logan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much for this presentation and for all of the upgrades and expansions that we're seeing downtown. I had a question about the position. I think you said you all are hiring a public safety and hospitality coordinator that's going to be addressing the unhoused.
Yes, the name of that position, it is outreach coordinator. Thank you. That position is currently open.
Okay.
Yes.
Is that the $100,064? Is that the rate for that position?
No, that is not the salary for that position. That is, what is she saying? Oh, that is adding a team member plus benefits and the contract increase that's included in there as well.
But it's all surrounding that one position.
That one position.
And it would be one person. Okay. And their basic responsibility would be to coordinate all that's going on with the house downtown.
Understanding the population, understanding the people, working with all of the agencies that support.
So they will be working in coordination, collaboration with like the hub and, okay, Catholic Church, okay. All
Yes,
right.
ma'am.
The last thing is lighting downtown. How are we, does this bake in any lighting improvements? There are pockets where it gets really dark and, so I'm wondering, is there an initial plan for, I know I've been places where they have like the gas lanterns down the sidewalks on some major streets or whatever, but are we looking at that in the future, or is there anything in a plan in the works for improving lighting downtown?
There's no direct plan for lighting improvement. I will say that we on a regular basis look at the lights that are out. Sometimes when it looks dark in the area, that's because there are certain lights that are out. We have in the past done some initiatives where we've done string lights in the alleyway, or we were a part of the lighting that happened across from the Orpheum and the Mobility Center, that catenary light system that's there. So we can definitely take a look and see what we see that could use some enhancements. I would love the opportunity to do that. Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. That's all.
Thank you so much. Seeing no other members in the queue, thank you so much for the presentation. It is great to see all of the new innovative ideas, and we're looking forward to see how you all track them and tell us how they're improving and how they've made a difference in the future. Thank you all for your hard work. And again, we apologize for getting off schedule today.
Especially the greenery. The greenery.
Yes, yes. We do see the improvements walking around downtown, so thank you. Yep, you all have a great day. So, everyone, we are behind schedule, and so Councilwoman Cooper Sutton has allowed us to move the discussion on the City of Memphis tangible personal property taxes to our next meeting, which will be June 9th. And then Deputy Chief Walker is going to come back with the debt service presentation on June 1st during budget hearings so that we can hear that prior to us passing the budget. So with that, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you all so much.
welcome to the Memphis City Council Planning and Zoning Committee. We're 40 minutes behind, but we're going to be all right. Clay, will you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Green. Present. Councilwoman Walker. Present. Chair Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman White is over there. Okay. All right. And and Councilman Ford.
Councilman Ford is here.
And thank you. And Committee Chair Spinoza.
Present. All right. So there's 3 items on the agenda. Actually, there's only 2 items on the agenda. So item number 2 is going to be held. I'll read it for the record. Item number 2, PD 25-08, 4387 Raleigh-LaGrange Road, District 1, Super District 9. We're going to hold that item until the next council meeting for committee. That's going to be held till June the 9th, right? That's the right date. Yeah, for June the 9th. All right, so 2 items on the agenda. Item number 1, a resolution approving an honorary street name change on Horn Lake Road between West Shelby Drive and West Holmes Road for Dr. Gerald Rayburn, District 6, Super District 8, requested by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you. I think you've read what needs to be said, and we'd just love to have the council support with this honorary name
All right,
change.
so we'll need
Thank
a
you.
motion and a second. Second. All right, motion was made by Councilman Ford, seconded by Chairwoman Swearingen Washington. All those in favor of this, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, the ayes have. Anyone opposed? All right, no one opposed, so this will go downstairs with a positive recommendation. That's it for item 1. Item number 3, the last item on the agenda, Memphis 3.0 zoning code and map updates, all council districts. Thank you for being here, gentlemen. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brett Ragsdale with the Division of Planning Development. Mr. Woodruff will give you a brief presentation on this today, and we will try to be as brief as possible. So,
Thank you. And Councilwoman Easter Thomas and Councilman Warren and Councilwoman Smiley are here as well, for the record. Thanks.
Good afternoon, council members. Nicholas Wardrop, Division of Planning and Development. Get this perfect. Like Director Ragsdale said, we're going to give you a brief update today. It's going to be mostly about the timeline of these 2 documents and their update, the Memphis 3.0 Comprehensive Plan and the Unified Development Code. We made somewhat of a big announcement on that timeline last Thursday at the Land Use Control Board. So we wanted to make sure that we had said for you all what that kind of announcement is going to be and give you an opportunity to ask your questions. So as we've been telling you since February at these meetings, we're going to be asking you and the Land Use Control Board to vote on 3 separate documents. One is the Memphis 3.0 Comprehensive Plan, the 5-year update to that. The other 2 are the kind of 2 halves of the zoning code, the Unified Development Code, the code text and the map. That has not changed. I want to be clear on that, but there has been a little bit of a timeline change, and I'll talk about it. So the first 2 of those documents, the update to the 3.0 Comprehensive Plan and the zoning code text, will appear on the June Land Use Control Board agenda. That puts it online and be on your agenda into July. The zoning map, however, will be delayed to a future Land Use Control Board and therefore council agenda. So the big sort of headline announcement we made last week is that we'll be splitting the text and the map into 2 kind of separate procedures. And we'll talk to you a little bit about why we've made that decision, why we think it's the best course of action. So number 1, it allows us sort of to amend the map if this body or the Land Use Control Board or the County Commission makes a change to the text and we think, oh, that may change how we want to recommend zoning for this specific neighborhood. It allows us time to amend that map if need be. It allows additional time for us to do public engagement as we're continuing without delaying the sort of behind-the-scenes staff implementation work that's going to be very critical in rolling this out. We're going to have to come to you a little later on this year with an updated fee schedule, for example. That's going to be a little more laborious process due to some recent state statute. We have to update our permitting software. That is going to be that's going to be a bigger lift than just swapping out terminology. That's a significant amount of work. Of course, we have to train our staff. That includes both the folks who do what I do, the office staff, and as you've been asking in our meetings, our enforcement folks. And that's going to be very key to make sure we can enforce this new code on day 1. So those are just three big items that we have to take care of on the back end. Those are things that we have to have the text finalized in order to start. We don't need the map to start that work. So that's kind of one of the reasons we're delaying the map vote per se. Give us time to do additional public engagement without delaying that staff implementation stuff. it allows me to offer folks predictability when discussing the map. Today, I meet with a resident and they say, what would be allowed in my neighborhood? I have to say, well, we're recommending this. If the text is approved before the map, I'll be able to say this would be allowed, this would not. And finally, the current Unified Development Code does not contemplate a complete repeal and replacement of the map. I'll talk a little bit about what that means. As you know, we've been clear throughout this entire process. We intend to repeal and replace the entire zoning map. First and foremost, this body asked us to do so. They passed a resolution asking us to do so in 2023. As we've mentioned, it's been over 70 years since we last did it. It's time. I think you'll agree that it's time. And finally, the code text was written with the map in mind. The map was created with the code text in mind. These are two things that really only make sense in combination with one another. So again, we've been very clear throughout this whole process. We intend to repeal and replace the entire map. However, what our current code calls a comprehensive rezoning is much smaller in scope. If you're on your second term on council, you may remember when we did a comprehensive rezoning for Lamar Avenue. We changed some zoning around Lamar Avenue to combat the sort of auto-oriented uses. That's sort of what our current code envisions as a comprehensive rezoning, a limited geographic area, not repeal and replace the entire map for the whole city and county. In fact, our current code explicitly limits a comprehensive rezoning to, quote, planning areas or planning districts, right? It's specifically limited to a limited geographic area. So what are we doing to remedy this? On the June LUCB agenda, and therefore on your agenda later on this summer, there will be a second ZTA, second text amendment that will amend the current text to create that process for repealing and replacing the entire map. So that may trigger the question, why now? Why didn't we do this a year ago? We had previously intended to pass the map and text together, one ordinance that is the map and the text, one thing. That is still one approach we could take. We could go down that route. However, for all these reasons I mentioned earlier, we've made the decision after lots of thought and lots of internal conversation that it's the best interest of continuing to have those public engagements to split them up, right? Now that we have this additional time, we can take this opportunity to clarify the process and clarify exactly how the UDC treats a complete replacement of the map. So with that, I'll get to sort of the headline of this, the updated timeline. So the code update itself, when it comes to you, will have a recommended effective date of January 1. The second text amendment, the process for the map, will have a recommended effective date of immediately upon approval, right? We are currently targeting August public hearings for both of these items, both with this body and with the county commission. Assuming that timeline went to plan, we have public hearings on those in August. That would allow us to bring the map to September LUCB and then to you for your final approval in November. So that gives us a good, 2 to 3 month wiggle room there to, if there are any delays necessary to get the map approved in time for the whole thing to go into effect on January 1st. We're going to publish an updated draft for your review next week to reference during the code text, but you won't get to actually vote on the map until a little later on this fall. So I did that in 6 minutes. So with that, I'm available for your questions.
Well, I'm confused, but that doesn't mean my colleagues are. Councilman Warren, you're in the queue. Go ahead.
Well, I'm probably just as confused, but what I'm giving to understand is you're doing definitions first, and you're going to place those on a map. The map is going to be a completely new map, but I assume that some things on that map won't change, but it'll be a brand new map. So I would quit using that language, even though it's a brand new map, because I think that really will confuse people, because right now the level of fear out there is high. Okay, thank you for pausing this to be able to get more, information out to people. I can't tell you how many people are worried there's going to be a high rise beside their house, or beside every house there's going to be a duplex. Okay, and I think once they see the definitions and then they see where the definitions are actually placed on a map, then people are going to go, oh, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, so it makes sense what you're doing. You're reacting to the fear that's there. We need people to buy in so they understand how this is going to work, and I think it's a really good idea in whole. Increase density, help us with our public transportation, help us with things that we need to have density for, and not make people feel like their neighborhoods are going to go away. I think that's the key thing, is people are worried about their neighborhoods, and by doing definitions and then map and then the definition next to the map, then they can see, oh, I'm safe. You know, this is how it's going to go, and I think that'll help. So, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to make a comment, and I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. All right, and then we've got Councilwoman Walker in the queue. Councilwoman Walker?
Thank you. Thank you for coming in for this information. Can you all share with me what our I know this is not what we're talking about today, but what is our definition for tiny homes?
Nichols Wardrop Planning Development. We don't currently, under the current code, nor does the draft code have a definition for tiny homes. You know, we have manufactured homes, but that's sort of a catch-all term for any home that is built not on the site where it sits. And so what folks tend to call tiny homes would be subject to those standards for all manufactured homes.
So do we have current zoning, or will the new zoning address tiny homes?
They will both address them largely the same. So currently, you know, any manufactured home, be it a tiny home or, you know, anything that's built off site, is considered to be a single family home. Plus, there are certain design standards, and we're keeping those design standards. So I hope that answers your question. But the gist of it is they'll be treated like regular single family homes, but with additional design standards.
Can I get an email on that?
Sure, Brett Ragsdale, Planning and Development. So, and I think one of the things with the manufactured homes is really the code review as well. And so that they would have to have certain reviews and stamps that would be required if they were to be used. So the size of the home is not really regulated by zoning. It's the type of home. So for instance, in a single family district, you could only put a single family home, and the size is not really regulated. We even have some builders that are building some, you know, 700 and 800 square foot homes, maybe even smaller, but they're stick building them. So they're similar, and I would say that those really fall into the tiny home kind of genre, but they're not the typical that you think of that are built off site. So zoning really just regulates what type of home it is, if it's single family, duplex, or something. And then the size of it is really not regulated by the zoning.
Okay, thank you. I yield the floor.
All right, we've got Councilman Canale joined us, and Councilwoman Logan joined us as well. Sorry, I didn't mention that. All right, so a refresh. I said I was confused. If you don't mind, go back a couple of slides. Again, that doesn't mean my colleagues are confused. So zoning code text. That's going in front of LUCB on June 11th?
That's correct.
Okay, and I'm assuming they're going to approve everything, right? As what I would assume, whatever, we'll see what happens. Then that comes to us on June, whatever the next council meeting is. And it's an ordinance, so then it would require 3 readings, right? So there's time. I guess what I'm confused about is the map. So you're saying you're going to delay the release of the map. So the map has been what has been a hot item for all of us as we've been going through and looking at it, right, together for the last 5 and 6 months, or however since long the map has come out. We've had neighborhood meetings, maybe not that long. We've been talking about this for a long time. You're going to delay the release of the map, but we're going to pass the code, which would dictate the map. So it would make sense that the map would be delayed anyways, right?
Well, that's one of the reasons. I mean, we're having a lot of really good conversations on the map, and so we're not delaying the release of it. We're still working on it, and we'll still have updates, but it's the vote that will delay. That way, as we're having these conversations, once the text is approved, then as Nicholas said, it's very easy to say, now, this is allowed, this is not, and we can make adjustments. That way, in the fall, it'll give us that time to really make any changes to the map that you would be voting on then.
Okay, so you're suggesting then that y'all want to pass the UDC code change, which is really the most important thing anyways. I mean, because that's what dictates the map anyway. So y'all are going to do that LUCB, then it comes to us for a vote. Then there's the 3 readings, and then you're saying there's going to be time from that moment until the first of the year to make changes.
Correct. We would take the map then to the LUCB probably in September, and then it would come to you in October and November for final vote. Then it would be going into effect January 1st is the current timeline.
All right, what about any of the UDC code, text changes in regards to processes? Because there have been council members that have asked questions about, we represent the citizens, we're elected, and everyone says that humbly in this regard. Things come to us. Can you show us what that looks like? I'm assuming that's going to be outlined in the UDC code text changes, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah. So like, what will come before us? What will not come before us?
Yes.
As a body, right?
That's
because
correct.
I think people want to, citizens, we represent them and we are their voice. So can you share that with us now, or maybe between now and?
Yes, well, I can share some of it with you. I think some of it we talked about, maybe the last one, but the SUP process, for instance. Right now you get a lot of special use permit requests. We're changing in the code some of the places where we're saying we're not even going to allow an SUP to be requested for like gas stations in certain districts, because those are things that we've seen that the council continuously votes down. And so we're making that clear, because right now, if you can request an SUP, somebody might do it, and it just goes through the process. So we're trying to make things a little clearer for mainly gas stations, that we don't want to see them in this area, so they're not even allowed to come before you to ask for an SUP.
Okay.
Praise the Lord.
We're happy about it too. So we're very excited.
In theory, we could change that today.
Correct. We would have to go through the process, so it would take that same time. But the SUP also, right now, all SUPs are required to come to the governing body.
Right.
In the past 5 years, I think 96% of those were voted on. We recommended a certain thing. Land Use Control Board recommended a certain thing. Then they came to you, and it's almost always the same outcome. And so it's another 2 months almost of coming to you, and then we have the cases. So what we're proposing is we change that to be appealable to you. So if you decided that you see the cases, or if anyone has an issue, because there are only a handful that have opposition that are controversial, those then would still be appealable to the elected body. And that's correct. And so that's one, substantial change, but it really doesn't change we don't believe that it will change the outcome in the end.
All right, and then I get, Madam Chair just mentioned we're so far behind, and we are, and this will come up. It's going to go to LUCB, and it'll come before us again, so we can discuss it again. I'm not trying to move past this, because I think obviously this is a very important discussion.
Yeah.
But
Can we ask, as a council member, to have it come to us?
You can, yes.
What was that?
So they could appeal, but if there was something we didn't like, we could ask for it to come to us. That was my question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so any other questions, comments? Councilwoman Logan, you wanted to? Yeah.
Thank you. You said that you're changing, well, my question is, are you changing the by right zoning? If it's not going to come to us, even though you can appeal, have you changed the by right zoning areas, or to accommodate us not being able to vote on it, or it not coming to us unless it's an appeal?
So it would still require the public notice. The 750 feet would require all of that. So it wouldn't be by right. Okay. It would still require the SUP. It could be approved or rejected at Land Use Control Board.
Okay.
And it's similar to right now, if you have a current plan development or something and you're asking for an amendment, that's the process for it. It's a major modification, and those actually are decided at the Land Use Control Board unless they're appealed. So you don't see many of those, but you do see the ones that are controversial.
So instead of it coming to us directly, it'll only come to us if it's an appeal.
Correct.
And it can be appealed on either by us or anyone else.
Correct.
Okay.
And we'll make sure that that's clear. And we could even appeal, because if we have something that we don't necessarily agree with what the Land Use Control Board decides, we could then do the same thing. So it's really a pretty minor change to what the outcome will be. We are looking at some state statute things that for vested rights that it's a longer conversation that we've talked to several of you about, that we'll definitely want to talk more about some potential changes, but we're really trying to get some legal clarification around some things right now on that.
And then I just have one more. Are you good, Councilwoman Logan?
Yes.
All right, before we close out, I wanted to ask you about, I was at a neighborhood meeting close to my home at, I'll call it the corner of it was near Waring and Walnut Grove. And, do you like how I said that? And, yeah, we'll call it names. But, the mailers that we send out, could you bring me an update the next committee meeting? And we could get together before now and then too, just so the council, we can all understand, because I just feel like that's one of those things. And maybe in the new UDC code text changes, none of this will apply, but I'm curious to know how a lot of people said that they didn't get mail. And that's always been a thing for me. Whenever something comes to us and people didn't get mailers, that's a really big deal to people. And I think there's even a process, maybe even on mailers, that somebody had mentioned with the zoning code changes. So let's just talk about that, and we'll bring that up at the next committee meeting to discuss. Anybody else have anything?
I have something to what you just said, but it can wait. It can wait.
Sure. All right, cool. We'll wait. All right, that's it. We're not voting on that. That was just an update.
Councilman Smiley.
I'm here. Yes.
Councilman Dr. Warren. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Spinoza.
Here.
Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilman Canale. And Chair Swearingen Washington.
Present. We have 3 items on the agenda. The first one is a resolution allowing the mayor's veto of ordinance number 5969 to stand and establishing an impasse ordinance review committee. All council districts sponsored by Swearingen, Washington, and Smiley. There's a request for same night minutes. Can I get a motion and a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Councilman Spinoza and second by Councilman Dr. Warren. Councilman Smiley, you're recognized
Thank
this
you,
time.
Madam Chair. Thank you, council members, for allowing me to bring this resolution. Essentially, what happens pursuant to this resolution, the mayor sent us a 3-page letter, some language I disagree with, but there's neither here nor there. Just reiterating the council's authority to vote on anything we see fit as it relates to legislative matters, but also allowing the mayor's veto to stay in place, but also establishing a impasse committee to discuss a new ordinance to address how the impasse process goes. There will be 2 representatives from the mayor's administration, 2 representatives from the council, and 2 representatives from the employee associations. Pursuant to this resolution, the council will revert back to the 2017 amendment. The impasse process will be in place going forward. Also pursuant to this, according to Attorney Wade, there will be a follow-up resolution, which is to schedule the impasse presentation before the full council. I think it has to be scheduled by June 8th. because there's one employee association that still has to come before us that is at impasse, and it will be scheduled on June 8th. So I will address that resolution later, but I just wanted to briefly make note of we have one employee association at impasse, and they will come on June 8th. So basically establishing an impasse committee of 2 members from the 2 people the council designate, 2 people the administration designate, 2 people the mayor designate to be a part of this committee to create a new impasse ordinance. And upon passage of this resolution, we will be reverting back to the 2017 amendment until we have a new impasse ordinance in the process. Now, this gives all affected parties an opportunity to be a part of the creation of the new impasse ordinance. With that, I'm done. Any questions? If not, I ask for everyone's support on this particular resolution.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it.
All right, and if I could address the resolution that Alan Wade want us to talk to. All right, so can we pass that out? I think Attorney Wade was somewhat bothered that I was bothering him while he's on vacation. But
no,
while he was hold on, first can I get a motion?
Move it.
Okay. He was quickly responding to all of my questions, but then he told me he may lose service. I think that was his way of saying, please leave me alone while I'm on vacation. But I'm going to quickly read the resolution because this is something that we just presented. Resolution to schedule an impasse presentation before the full council. Whereas pursuant to ordinance number 5639, the employee association have timely submitted an impasse notice and shall have the opportunity to be heard before the full council before the final vote of the proposed fiscal year operating budget. Whereas in the intent of the council to provide a date and time for the administration and employee association to present their positions. Now therefore be it resolved that the council hereby schedules the impasse presentations for ASME and the administration to take place on June 8th, 2026. I think, it speaks for itself. We have to give the employee association who is at impasse with the administration an opportunity to be heard pursuant to the ordinance that is currently in place. And with that, I am done. If there's any questions, hopefully not. I will answer them to the best of my abilities. If not, hope we can call the vote. This needs to be same night minutes as well. My apologies, same night minutes.
Without objection.
Okay.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It is
June 8th. He said, when is June 8th? That sounds like a scheduling problem for you.
It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it.
All right, and the last thing, Madam Chair, I will make a motion to withdraw item number 3 because it's redundant at this point.
Okay.
Motion, second by
It's
Dr. Warren.
Been moved by Smiley, second by Dr. Warren. All those in favor say aye for this item to be removed.
All right, so I need to read into the record item number 3, correct? Thank you, Attorney Owens, for getting us together. Item number 3 is a resolution to override the mayor's veto of ordinance 5969 delivered to the council on May 12, 2026, all council districts. This item has been withdrawn. Thank you.
All right. That leads us to our same night minutes and add on. Oh, item number 1. Discussion of the fiscal consent agenda, all council districts, requested by Swearingen, Washington. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you're recognized at this time.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to note I have an item to request to withdraw downstairs. Do I need to make a note of that now and downstairs or just downstairs?
You can do it now.
Okay, number 28.
Okay.
Ask to withdraw it.
What is it?
Can you brief us what it is?
Item number 28 is a joint ordinance to create a fund. It was the More for Memphis ordinance.
Okay.
And so it was withdrawn also on the county side. Since it's joint, we're going to withdraw it over here.
All right. All right. Now we have the add-on items number 31, 32, and 33. Item number 31 is a resolution to accept additional grant funds in the amount of $1,303,991 from the U.S. Department of Justice through the United States Marshal Service of the Western District of Tennessee, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same-night minutes. Item number 32 is a resolution allowing the mayor's veto of ordinance number 5969 to stand and establishing an impasse ordinance review committee, all council districts, sponsored by Swearingen, Washington, and Smiley. There's a request for same-night minutes. Item number 33 is a resolution to schedule an impasse presentation before the full council, all council districts, sponsored by the Memphis City Council. There's a request for same-night minutes. The same-night minute items are items 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 18, 31, 32, and 33. Item number 28 will be withdrawn downstairs.